Hi guys. How is everybody? As promised, another Warhammer educational tonight of Dark Elves. We're gonna skip Lizardmen and Skaven for a little bit. Lizardmen more so about like army comps and things like that. Plus, we don't know who the Free LC Lord is yet, so it's still a possibility that it's gonna be a lizard, but we don't actually know yet. So waiting on lizards to be at least released is probably a good idea, especially because we don't even know how one of the lords plays. And then the Under Empire mechanic for Skaven is a big enough deal that I think we should go ahead and wait on that, simply because it could be a really important thing. Thought Gray said it was a lizard. I need proof of that, because as far as I know, nobody has actually said who or what it's going to be. If you can find the comment, then that would be fantastic. But I don't like perpetuating things that I haven't seen physical proof of, just in case, because I don't want to be a rumor monger. I think that's really shitty to do, is to perpetuate things that we don't know for sure. However, things that we do know for sure, and I kind of didn't expect, was the actual details about each of the two legendary lords. So, since you lovely people are here, let's go ahead and begin those things. Who would it be if his lizard only characters come to mind? Gorok and Chakrox or whatever. Everybody says Nakai the Wanderer. I'm thinking Gorok, and not because I'm thrilled about the potential of Gorok, but I feel like Krokgar is an amazing like monster / duelist. Like he wrecks face, but he's got some really shitty melee defense, and he's really susceptible to anti-large. I think Gorok could be kind of like just a really tanky asshole. Just have absurdly high melee defense and armor, almost like a dwarf. He'd be like a dwarf legendary lord for lizardmen. You know, really high leadership, really high tanky, really high physical resistance, just not very good damage. It wouldn't be amazing, but I think we're kind of running out of things to do. I'm not thrilled at the concept of Gorok, but it's possible. Have the link, please, 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 please. If you would. Is Nakai the Coxagor? Yes, the white one. Hi, Shoddy. Thank you for host, man. Appreciate it. We have stats for the units. We do not. What is this? It is going to be Lizardman. Okay, cool. Thank you. New Free LC Lord going to be Lizardman. We do not know. P.S. I love lizards. Yes, Lizardman. Thank you. Okay, so we do know it is going to be a Lizardman. Okay, cool. I can stop talking about fucking Malice Darkblade now. Because fuck that guy. Instead, we're going to go with a lizard. Thank God. Anyways, no, we do not have stats and stuff. Sorry, homie. Thoughts my viewers would like an educational stream about Dark Elves, dude. What are you apologizing for? You just hosted me. What are you apologizing for? Will the Lord be? I don't know. We might find out tomorrow, because we could have them play it in the invitational. I thought we were going to get an announcement about today rather than this. I thought this is going to come out early next week. Actually, whoops. I thought this was going to be early next week, but it is not. So speaking of which, let's talk about him a little bit. So we don't need to know about the lore, because, you know, you got a lord. We got all that shit first. However, factional effects for Tenuan. And by the way, it is Tenuan. And the reason it's Tenuan is because it's a play on 10 and 1. There are several Lizardmen Lord names that are all kind of word plays. And he is literally 10 and 1. It's Tenuan. Factional effects. Sacrificial offerings gained from winning battles can be offered to Sotek to receive a variety of powerful rewards, which is cool. One of them is literally tic-tac-toe. Yep. Yes, he is. Upkeep plus 200% for Saurus infantry and temple guard until completing stage 1 of the Prophecy of Sotek. Please, for the love of God, please don't make the stage 1 Prophecy of Sotek be ball bustingly hard, because this basically says cannot use Saurus until completing stage 1. You're gonna be all skinks, baby. There is gonna be no Saurus anywhere to be seen for probably the first like 30 or 40 turns. It's going to be a whole lot of Ola skinks. But here's the thing. Because they could have made it so that cannot recruit Saurus, right? They could have done that instead, like Skarsnik. Instead, they did the smart thing and just made it cost a ton until you complete something. That would be, honestly, something that would fix Skarsnik immediately. If you just made it so that Skarsnik can recruit orc units, but those units cost an astronomical amount higher. That would fix him a little bit. Not a ton, but the fact that he could even recruit orc units would be good. Just a small shout out there. Minus right cost for the Rite of Sotek. That's the ambush poison one. So like, who cares? Whatever. Lord effects. He gives a 10% physical resistance for skink units. That's very much needed. Skinks are very squishy. That's honestly the thing that I'm worried about the most. Is the fact that although he deals with skinks, and we're gonna get into a little bit more bullshit as to what he can do exactly with the skinks. They're still squishy as fuck. Remember that a unit of skink cohorts loses in combat against Felbats. I want you to process that information for just a second. A unit of 160 models loses to a 60 model unit. And he specializes in them. So, actually, the more defenses that he can get for them, the better, because that's scary as shit. What's the default Saurus upkeep on Legendary? I believe it's 300. I believe it is 300. I don't remember quite, because it's been a while since I played Lizardman, because, well, our choices for lizards are kind of shit right now. I mean, I love Krokgar, but he's also in the armpit of the world. So, is this the Skarsnik version of Lizardman? I don't think so, no. I think Skarsnik is in a realm all by himself. He does have leadership for the Lord's army plus 10 when fighting against Skaven, which is nice. He's surrounded by them. And untainted plus 3 in local province. Not a bad thing. Always kind of useful, especially because he's going to start in the pit of nowhere, which I'll show you more in a second. He gets a horned one, a Ripperdactyl, and an ancient Stegodon engine of the gods, which is kind of cool. He starts with the Blade of the Serpent's Tongue, and he eventually unlocks the Plaque of Sotek, which is that little thing he carries around. He's going to start here, which I honestly have no fucking idea what the name of this is on Vortex. But he's going to start here in the Northern Jungle. I think this is, if I remember correctly, this is Lanzupek, I think. It's Lanzupek or something like that, or Lanzupek or some shit like that. I don't remember exactly what its name is. I do know that he's right next to Vampire Coast, which is going to make that a really complicated start, considering he's going to be dealing with corruption right off the bat, and he's going to be probably dealing with Luther Harkon before he needs to deal with, like, rats. It is Lanzupek? Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you, Ned. That's going to be kind of a rough start, because he's going to be besieged on all kinds of sides, and that Untainted is going to be a little bit hard to deal with. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyways. Hi, guys. He uses Lore of Beasts, which is cool. I think that's going to be really helpful. Just simply being able to spam Flock of Doom is going to be really, 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 really nice. He can unlock Fanatic, which is a little more melee attack and physical resistance. The Prophecy of Eradication. He gets a bonus against infantry of 15 and bonus weapon strength if he's fighting, like, chaos and shit. Anything that's, like, garbage. For the entire army. That's going to be pretty nice. Give me a second. Okay, sorry about that. Anyone has the thing that you can't use Sars until you do the first invocation of Sotek. He also buffs Red Crested Shanks and uses great weapons. That means no shields. It's not it's not the right of Sotek. It's the first step of the quest line. The prophecy of Sotek, because there's the prophecy of Sotek, which is unique to him, and then the right of Sotek is the poison, the attrition that they can activate. Anyways, hi Ursa. Disciples of Sotek gives 20 plus armor for Red Crested Stinks and Bastillodons, which Bastillodons are already tanky as shit, and 8 melee defense, which is nice. Saying no shield makes a pretty tough battle early on. It is. It's going to be hard because they're skinks. The shield helps, but I mean the problem is that they're low health and low leadership. So, the Tide of Sotek gives more leadership, so that makes them a bit more tanky, as well as melee attack for Red Crested Skinks. So we're gonna do all of that. No, I haven't gone through Ikit yet. Promises Reconstruction gives +2 public order for all provinces, which is really nice. The tax rate plus 30% is not really that big of a deal. But the +2 public order faction wide is really, really nice. He does get a little bit of bonus wins and magic reserves for Lore of Beasts, which is okay. And then he gives casualty replenishment for Red Crested Skinks and upkeep. So it looks like we're just going to go double down with an all Red Crested Skink army. That really depends on what tier Red Crested Skinks are going to be. If they're spammable and quick to get to, then this could be a really good thing. If this skill point is easy to get, that'll all be really nice too. And then Enlighten, 20% through post-battle options for faction-wide. This is going to be really, really important to help further the whatever prophecy of Sotek is. Because I assume that this is going to function at least a little bit similarly to the workshop. I think that with these bonuses, giving them the bonus armor, giving them the bonus weapon strength and fighting shit, which I mean you will be generally speaking, giving them bonus melee attack, melee defense, all that other stuff. It looks like they're going to be good. Plus, they're going to have the armor piercing damage and stuff like that. So. You mean the Skarsnik is Skinks? I don't think so. I think he's going to be way better for. I mean, look at this. Look at how many unique skills that he has. Look at this shit. Name off all of Skarsnik stuff. Gets like 4 things. Honestly, this, I hope, is the point towards where Skarsnik becomes better. Right? So that when they eventually do rework greenskins, they're like, maybe we should kind of give Skarsnik better flavor. Because right now his flavor is shit. This is a lot of points, though. This is a lot of shit that he has. A lot of stuff. Anyways, on to the Warlock. Ikit Claw. So he gets the Forbidden Workshop, which is great. 20% bonus research rate. Never a bad thing. +2 loyalty for new recruits. That's actually kind of neat, actually. And then minus 40% cost for engineering buildings. I don't remember exactly which one the engineering buildings are, but this could be really, really good. He starts with a Doom Rocket. So I think his campaign is going to be key of when do I decide to use a Doom Rocket? And then his army is going to have 50% upkeep reduction for Jezzails, Rattling Gunners, and Warpfire Thrower Weapons teams. So he's going to be doubling down on the kind of Gelt play style of things. He also gives bonus recruit rank for all weapons teams units. He's going to get a Doom Flare and a Doom Wheel. He gets an Iron Frame as his starting item, which I have no idea what that is, and he gets his quest item as a Storm Demon, which I have no idea what that. See, look at this. He's only got 7. One of them is that he uses Lore of Ruin. So, Power Overload, which means this guy's gonna be spamming Warp Lightning like crazy. He gets +3 loyalty for Warlock Masters and hero capacity for Warlock Engineers. This is important because this is a total of +5 for Warlock Masters. Iron Frame is his armor. Okay, that's interesting. Engineering is the one that is artillery recruitment and unlocks stormmen. Okay, yeah, then he's going to be a pretty good middle of the road lord. Then you don't really need to specialize in any or go down any particular route with him. Space Marine power armor, huh? All right. Improved warpstone detector. This is going to be fueling the engineering shop a bit more. Ammo type. I think this is for him, which I'm never a big fan of lords and their ranged attacks, so like maybe this will be good, maybe it's not. How can Skaven pass on scientific knowledge and learn when they die so quickly and sacrifice themselves? It's a scam. You have to remember that Skaven literally get high as shit and then invent a bunch of stuff quickly. Is it a warp fire thrower? Probably. But even so, like, I don't know how great that's going to be. Optimized production. Recruit duration for Doom Flayers and Doom Wheels, which means you're going to get a ton more Doom Wheels now. And recruit rank for Doom Flayers and Doom Wheels, which is going to be cool. And then you're going to get bonus wins and upgrades, whatever Brass Orb is. So, looking nice. And also, he starts at Star Island or whatever. But he is going to get Skaven Blight, which we knew pretty much for a long time. Are they doing High Elves pack? I want High Elf buffs and more High Elf Lords. Good God, Travis. You're the problem, man. You're the problem. Stop it with the elf love. God, for the love of God. We've had enough elf lords. He does get Skaven Blight. That area is going to be a fucking clusterfuck. Especially if they do intend on doing a Dogs of War campaign at some point. Elves are not the worst. Elves have just had their time in the light. All right? They've had enough time in their light. Look, man. Lizardmen released September 28th, 2017. And we literally have had no changes to them, no additions to their rosters, no additional lords, anything until April 17th, 2019. Does that sound a little fucked up to you? Just a little fucked up to you? Not a lord, no nothing. Does it look like Skaven Blight has a minor settlement to you? No. But I don't know. Maybe. We had terrible changes to victory cons. That's true. That we did get. But I don't think Skaven Blight's going to get a minor settlement. They might. I mean, who knows? But I do think that his Skaven Blight start should be really, really, really interesting. Rubio was saying before that starting in Skaven Blight for him was pretty crazy. He did a couple modded runs and stuff. And I agree that the starting in Skaven Blight area is probably going to be pretty fun and pretty fucked at the same time. But I think that having a Legendary Lord with a lot of flavor there is going to change things a lot. So I'm actually really excited to see Skaven Blight being a thing. Finally. It's been so long. So that is them. So hopefully we get the announcement of the other Lizard Lord tomorrow, or I guess Monday or Tuesday. I guess we should get full theoretical patch notes by like Wednesday or Thursday, and then I should have early access that weekend. I would think. I haven't actually heard yet about when we will get early access, but the hope is that I'll have early access starting the weekend, because they're going to launch this on a Wednesday. So I would think that we probably either Friday or Saturday, a week from today, we should have early access to start looking at the units in detail, of which I will show you guys literally everything I can. All the Pretonia changes, all the just the play style of the different lords, all that good shit. Tuesday Newsday? No. I mean, they're going to avoid Tuesday Newsday like a fucking plague, man. Like a fucking plague. Oh, shoddy. Fuck. Message me. DM me later. There's still time. All right. So, Dark Elves.
We must preserve this world.
I seek my birthright.
Dark Elves, their mechanics are going to be a couple of things. First of all, they are an elf. Don't I get to message you? I mean, Travis, my DMs are always welcome for you. Of which, by the way, I didn't end up buying tickets to the spring thing. But if you want to catch 10 or some shit like that, then that's cool. Play High Elves and stuff. Travis, I literally played High Elves 2 days ago. Literally. Kelby was here. He was waiting in the wings. Okay? I launched High Elves, and he was right fucking there. Instantaneously. Okay? You just missed your chance, man. It's not educational, man. I gotta teach people how to play Dark Elves if they want to play Dark Elves. Or I could just go back to not streaming again, Travis, if that's really what you want. I guess maybe I should stop doing that because of Travis. So, Dark Elves, a couple of things. They get Black Arcs. Black Arcs are giant-ass ships that act kind of like Lords. However, Dark Elves do not globally recruit. So Black Arcs are basically their method of global recruitment. It's not a great system, but they can do it a little bit better because of the way that their the capacity on the ships work. I'm hoping to be able to get a Black Arc and be able to show it off on this playthrough. There's no guarantee. It kind of depends on how things flow. Another main mechanic is the slave mechanic. Slaves are basically post-battle casualties that are captured instead of just being consumed in the form of replenishment or whatever else. Slaves are basically how Dark Elf economy works at all. They really don't have a crazy amount of economy other than that. They get a couple spots, a couple gold mines, things like that. But they don't really make a lot of money from trade. They don't really make a lot of money in other ways except from slaves. But slaves scale exponentially. And I'll show exactly how to play slaves. And I'll explain that a little bit more once we get into them. And then the factional mechanic in battle is going to be called Murderous Prowess. Murderous Prowess basically is going to be a bar as we get into battles with them, where it's going to fill up based on the number of casualties that happen. And the number of casualties that are happening is going to trigger a map-wide buff on them. That's going to give bonus melee attack, bonus armor-piercing damage, bonus reload speed, leadership, and ranged armor-piercing damage, I think. We can look at it here. But basically, it's fill the bar and your units do a shit ton more damage. They don't have quite the roster that High Elves have. They do shine in the way of archers, and I'll kind of go over them here in a second, exactly what shines about them. But Dark Elves have a ton of glass cannon units. They do have a lot of DPS when used appropriately, though. And that's what makes them so goddamn scary. They unfortunately don't have the healing or the tankiness that High Elves have. And thus they are a little bit more squishy and a little bit more vulnerable as a faction. But what they make up for that is armor-piercing ranged right off the bat, which is absurd. No other faction gets that stuff right off the bat like they do. Armor-piercing ranged, I mean. We're going to play Malekith, but I will talk about the other lords really quickly. Malekith is going to have the initial challenge hard, and actually all of them are going to have the initial challenge of hard. Just basically based upon not understanding how slaves work and being besieged on all sides because nobody really likes Dark Elves. Pretty much everybody hates them. Even like common allies like rats and shit like that are still not very friendly with them. It looks like really bad that he gives a percentage of XP earned to other lords and that they have increased loyalty loss, but this doesn't actually matter at all. It sounds shitty at first, but it really doesn't mean anything. In fact, this actually kind of helps with your other lords whenever you get a new army rolling, being able to get them more experience and being able to give them a name and power, which I will show exactly what that is. He does get diplomatic relations with Cult of Pleasure, which is his mom. This allows for you guys not to immediately go to war, which is kind of nice. And a very easy alliance with her. You also do get +2 loyalty for new recruits as well. His Lord effect is that he gets much cheaper Blackguard of Nagron, Red Spears, Bleak Swords, and Dark Shard units. This means that your starting army is going to be extremely cheap and extremely lean. The whole point with him and Tyrion and a couple other lords is to be having very cheap, efficient armies to allow you to expand while trying to build up your infrastructure. And that's what Malekith is going to specialize in. Malekith is pretty much the first lord that I noticed who really could be built a number of ways. Malekith is a very good jack of all trades himself. He gets access to good magic. He's a good duelist. He gets good mounts. He gets good items. He gets good factional effects. He really does. He would benefit from having more points just because of how many different things that he can specialize in. You definitely will find yourself needing all 40 points for sure. Not getting down to like level 35 and be like, okay, what do I want to put points in? Malekith can pretty much put points into anything and be okay with it. He's, of course, going to play slightly differently each way, but he's pretty good any way you cut him. Then you get on to his lovely mother. She is a little bit different in the fact that she spreads chaos corruption rather than untainted, which is pretty important for screwing over your nearby factions. She is guaranteed to have negative diplomatic relations with Exiles in the Heck, which actually is interesting because Exiles in the Heck also have diplomatic penalties with any Dark Elf factions. So you're pretty much guaranteed to always get into war with Exiles in the Heck. Same with High Elves, but that's a completely different story. She does get diplomatic relations with all Dark Elves, so it is easier for her to be able to confederate and be friendly with Dark Elves. Furthermore, she gets construction costs for sorcery buildings, which is going to be a little bit easier, and her hero action cost is minus 50%. This is very, 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 very important because her whole playstyle and where she is stuck at on the map requires an ample use of as many heroes doing heroic actions every turn. She doesn't have a very robust economy. It's going to be enough to make sure that things work, but that's about it. And so the hero actions being as cheap as possible is going to be really important. You're going to be needing to use block army, steal technology, assault units, assassinate heroes all the time as Morathi to gain every conceivable advantage because she starts off already in the pan and she gets quickly thrown into the fire. She also does spread chaos corruption as well. And she also has cheaper upkeep for all of her heroes as well. So they kind of go hand in hand. Being able to recruit those heroes and then those heroes being able to do their job on the campaign map. That is how she is going to win. She's going to win by every means of disabling as possible. Which kind of fits her character as a scheming person anyway. She does have a kind of a weird Lord effect that really doesn't actually matter that much ever. Then you have Crone Hellebron. She came with the Queen and the Crone TLC. She has a different factional mechanic in the form of the Death Knight. The Death Knight spawns a Blood Voyage army. Blood Voyage army is a completely unbreakable army. However, the AI controls it and auto-resolves, which makes it really bad. If the player could control Death Knights, could control Blood Voyages, they would be broken as shit, and she would be really, really powerful. She gets bonuses for popping Death Knights, but she gets huge penalties for not popping Death Knights, and they require slaves. The problem with all of this is the fact that she does not have a very robust slave economy because, like I said before, slave economy scales exponentially. And because of that, she's constantly consuming those slaves to make sure that she's not getting huge penalties for not sacrificing slaves. She is a very difficult lord to play. However, she is an incredibly good duelist. And I do think that if given the chance, confederating her as any other lord should always be something that you aim to go for. She does get casualty replenishment, or she does get more casualties, so this is more slaves, which is very good because she needs everyone that she could possibly get, as well as she does get more death hags. She does have upkeep for Witch Elves, Sisters of Slaughter, and Hargonese Executioners. The Sisters of Slaughter is pretty huge because they are kind of glass cannony, but man, do they have an absurd melee defense. Sisters are low-key broken. They are very, very good. Witch Elves aren't quite so good in campaign, but Sisters of Slaughter are pretty fucking disgustingly good, and she does specialize in them. So, if given the chance, always confederate with her for sure, because she is quite a monster in melee combat. And then you have the Kraken Lord, Lokir Fellheart. Lokir Fellheart starts in Lustria and is surrounded by constant enemies. If you want to play a Dark Elf who never sees another Dark Elf ever, play Lokir Fellheart, because you are surrounded by enemies who want to eat you. He does, of course, have suitable climate of savanna and jungle rather than frozen, like most Dark Elves do. He gets income from slave pin and slave markets plus 50%. That's mostly because his economy is garbage. But he does, instead of being able to pop a right, he does allow automatically to have major ports given a recruitment of a black arc. Black arcs also, like previously mentioned, are basically the only way that they can globally recruit. And they do buff him quite a bit by being around. He does give 50% upkeep for Black Arc Corsair units. Unfortunately, Black Arc Corsairs are strictly good at tier 2 and maybe not even that so much. He is also a very difficult start. Chad is saying that they think Crone is the hardest. I think it's kind of a tie between him and her and Lokir Fellheart, because both of them are very, very difficult. It's hard for either one of them to really gain a grasp on things. Lokir is kind of always beset by challenges around him and other factions trying to kill him, whereas Crone Hellebron is constantly having no slaves to do anything. We will go ahead and start with Malekith, though. This will be Mortal Empires. Malekith is kind of the default start, and he's a very strong lord. Very, very solid and middle-of-the-road lord. So if you're looking to learn Dark Elves, definitely check out Malekith first, which is why we're going to do him. Have I played Fellheart? No, I haven't, because he literally does not interest me at all. The hardest start in the game is probably still Skarsnik. Lustria is a little crowded. I mean, most of them are pushed towards the coastline.
Hail, dread scourge Malekith.
All right, so let us talk about Dark Elves. First of all, you can see the slave economy here. We currently have no slaves, but this screen is very, very important to be constantly monitoring and figuring out exactly how this works. So there are a couple of things. First of all, the province Iron Mountains, you kind of need to pay attention to what the province is, because it won't specifically tell you what city. The key thing is, though, knowing what cities can handle. Cities that can handle large amounts of slaves are usually 10-slot provinces that have a lot of money being poured into a certain area. Let me give you an example. First of all, Nagarond is a capital, and so it is going to go ahead and give a ton of money because it's going to give increased income for all regions or all buildings in this particular region. Because of that, this is already going to be set up for making a ton of money later on. How to play should include all applicable beings, including Momrathi and Edge Elves. I mean, how else are they going to learn? They can learn on their own. This is a tutorial. Anyway, so cities like Nagarund are going to make a ton of money, and later on Hagreef are actually going to make a lot of money. The slave income is actually dependent on how much that city can make. So Nagarund is kind of important for that because of how much money they make on their main settlement. They do get a little bit of extra money from having a marble quarry, which is really important. It allows you to get ahead by having this marble quarry and the construction costs being much less in Nagarund. They do get get taxation rate faction wide, and they also get a ton of public order based on one building. There is going to be a lot of public order penalties that are going to be coming from having slaves. We are going to be concentrating all of them in Nagarund. So because of that, public order is going to be pretty important. It will actually say the effect of slaves on how much on public order. This is just a general idea of how much public order penalty there is right now. This is actually going to be specifically on how much slaves are penalizing. Because this is Nagron, and I want to make sure that all of these are going to Nagron, we're going to go ahead and have this request request additional slaves. And then all other cities, we're going to say no more as we get them. So we can stack them all in Nagron as possible. Anyway, so Nagron's going to make a lot of money later on, and we want to start shaping that. So obviously we're going to make this a tier 2 port. Let's see. Malekith himself got a lot of points, put a lot of points in things. Of course, like any other faction, we're going to start off with putting points into Inspiring Presence and Route Marcher. A big thing about Dark Elves as they play as a faction is that their archers, much like High Elves, are key to their victory. Because of that, you're going to always want to have reload reduction and ammunition for any Dark Shard unit possible. There is a lot of argument between having Dark Shards and Shades. The main difference between the two is whether or not you want a cheaper option or a more expensive, more versatile option. Honestly, I believe that you could play the entire game with only using Dark Shards with shields. Dark Shards with shields are a very strong unit. They're very cheap, and they're very effective at their job. Raven, this is an educational on Dark Elves. I'm doing a series for YouTube on each of the different factions. Yes, this is going to be a video on YouTube. So I will still talk to you guys, as I'm doing now. But I'm going to try to keep this in all concentrated information. Anyways, so Dark Elves are going to specialize in armor-piercing ranged. We'll get into that a little bit more, but they are, just like High Elves, a backbone of their armies at any given time. I do still feel like Dark Shards with shields are a fully capable unit that can last the entire game without any issues. If you want to upgrade at any point, though, Shades are definitely the option. However, you're going to pay for that. A unit of Dark Shards with shields costs roughly about 200 gold or so. If you go with Shades with great weapons, it's like 350. You're essentially using them both for the same means. They're both shooting armor-piercing damage. It's just Shades shoot a little bit further. However, if the Shades get into combat, Shades can hold their own, whereas Dark Shards do not hold their own at all. So it's really a question of, are you going to use them in melee combat, or are they going to have a chance to get into melee? In which case, you should go ahead and pay the additional 150. Shades are a very good unit, don't get me wrong. However, spamming Shades and using them in exactly the same way as Dark Shards with shields are overpaying for the unit, because you're literally using them for the same thing. They have slightly higher armor-piercing damage and higher range that you're paying 150 extra more for. You could just not put Shades in all your armies, use Dark Shards with shields, and use an additional army. That's my 2 cents about the matter. But Shades are still an incredibly powerful unit that you should consider at some point. So that's what we're going to do for sure, no matter what. For Malekith, early game, Line Breaker is going to be really important. Because the meta is, and probably will always be, Dread Spears for a front line.
Almost like 3x5, but we all use Common Core, so it's really 36.
Hi, Hebrew Hero. Thanks, man. Thank you for the 15 months, man. How you doing? We are going to use Line Breaker to begin with. The reason for that is that we're going to use Dread Spears for quite some time, and Dread Spears having that melee defense is very, very important. Dread Spears are actually a pretty good unit, and they're deceptively tanky. What about Archers v Archer? Are Dark Shard shields better than Shades? Are they shooting each other? Because if they are shooting each other, then the Dark Shards with shields win. The Shades do have a little bit of missile resistance, but the Shades are flat out deflecting 55% of all attacks. That is incorrect, Travis. I know, right, Gigorum? That's actually not true, because somebody pointed out to me earlier that Grace confirmed that the free LC Lord will be a Lizardman. So, Gonna have to wait on Malice, man. Gonna have to wait on Malice. Unfortunately. Let's take a look at technology. So Dark Elf technology, if you notice, looks similarly in nature to that of High Elves. The difference here being that in order to do it, you need to unlock each of these before you can upgrade. Dreadspirit is always going to be better than Bleak Swords, I think. Anyways, so that's how these unlock. They are not based on the building, but instead based on being locked behind technology. And so we need to unlock each of these before we can keep upgrading. The main key technology that you should focus on no matter what, there is a lot of decent Dark Elf technology that's all good to be picking up. You know, bonus armor, ward saves, weapon strength, melee attack, and all that other stuff. These are all good things. The most important one, though, that you should always be rushing pretty much no matter what, and should have by about turn 50 or so, is reworked crossbows. Reworked crossbows is unbelievably powerful for the Dark Elf faction as a whole. Remember that technology does affect all units and garrisons, and that bonus ammunition and range for Dark Shards and Shades is absurdly powerful. This makes Dark Shards have basically the normal range of crossbows, but also have the armor-piercing damage that they already come with, as well as, of course, the 20% ammunition. And it gives Shades actually closer to that of Sisters of Avalorn range and regular Archer range, which is also very important because they have such high armor-piercing damage. So you should always make sure that you rush this technology. The rest of the tree is kind of obsolete in the face of reworked crossbows for how important it is in for the Dark Elf faction. This technology, I cannot begin to inform you of how important this is to get, and you'll see that I'll be picking it up as quickly as I can. Are Shades 360 firing? I think so. Yes, I think so. So, we will be getting other technologies, but as soon as we can get reworked crossbows, that is something that is going to take a priority. First of all, though, I'm pretty sure that I end up liking getting the exploit feuds. There's a couple decent things in here. You get Founded on Tyranny and then Revel in Suffering. This is an extra 25 growth. This is basically having an extra settlement or an extra building in all of your cities or in each province. And then this is actually really important too. This whole Founded on Tyranny, this whole little section is also very good. Not crying out for Lizard Justin and CJ, there's some face a little. No. Is there a Chameleon LL? It's not an LL. He's a hero. But yeah, Oxalotl is a Chameleon. Yes. Anyways, this whole branch is really good. I think we're just gonna go ahead and get Founded on Tyranny to get growth going. We of course want Nagron popping up as quickly as possible and doing shit. Let's see, what else do we need to talk about? Unlike High Elves, Dark Elves kind of hate each other a lot. So because of that, we won't really get any kind of early game alliances. The only major thing that we will want to have is for sure to be friends with Crone Hellebron, pretty much no matter what. We do start with a non-aggression. You start with military access and try to get more friends. Defensive alliance is kind of risky because through the course of this Dark Elf campaign, there's going to be a couple of things that are pretty much for sure going to happen. Up here is going to be Norskins. This is Mung. And then you're also going to have Norskins out here that are going to declare war on either you or Hellebron. They're probably going to declare war on Hellebron first or get drug into war with them. So forming a defensive alliance with Hellebron just means that we're going to have this front open up at a really, really bad time. So it's kind of not a good idea to get a defensive alliance with her until you can guarantee that you can cover yourself. The issue with Dark Elves and where they start is the fact that they're pretty much besieged on all sides by a lot of different factions. We start at war with a shitty Skaven faction. We got Norskins up to the north. We've got unfriendly Dark Elves out to the east. We've got unfriendly Dark Elves to the south. And then, of course, further down, you've got the clusterfuck that is High Elf Island, as well as a number of High Elves in here. And in here, you're going to have Tretch as well. We only did Vortex for the first for High Elves because that was going to be the starter Warhammer 2 faction. Thoughts on starting locations? Nagaruns is basically the best you're going to get. The other starting locations are not particularly good. Oh, you also have Beastmen too. Yes. You also have Beastmen too. Mom is far to the south, getting her shit pushed in. Not the way that she likes, though. But she is all the way down here. We do want to get Ancient City of Quintex at some point. But it takes a long time to get all this territory. Because basically, you're going to get most of this territory before assaulting High Elves themselves. And as a victory condition, we do need to kill High Elves. Oh, no, you actually have to only kill Avalorn and Nagareth now, which is kind of odd, but alright, whatever. Thoughts on the new expansion faction starting lords? I think Skaven Blights could be fantastic. I really can't comment too much on, what's his face? I talked about that at the beginning of the stream. I don't really think that, Tinnywan start locations are really that great. But I think being able to start in Skaven Blight for Claw is really good. So, is there anything else that we need to talk about? Dark Elves, as I said, they're going to be making the majority of their money from slaves. Oh, their rights. So their rights are based on slaves instead of income, which is actually kind of nice because they're actually pretty cheap in comparison. The most important by far right is going to be the Sacrifice to Cain. Sacrifice to Cain lasts for 15 turns and is on a 40-turn cooldown. However, you get absurd amounts of casualty replenishment, which allows you to stay on the run. You get a ton more casualties captured post-battle loot. This is a huge economic boost. You get additional income from those slaves. Those slaves do die faster, but you are still getting a ton more income from post-battle loot, as well as Dark Conduit. Dark Conduit is basically a friendly... it's basically a magical explosion that does not harm your own friendly units. That's pretty fucking huge. You can end up putting a lord or a shitty unit in the middle of a bunch of other units, detonate Dark Conduit, and blow up a bunch of other units. And I'll try to end up using this before the end of the stream and show off how powerful Dark Conduit is. But this kind of like Invocation of Evolve for High Elves is something that we're going to be spamming literally every opportunity that we have. Dark Conduit is absurdly powerful, and the casualty replenishment is also huge for us maintaining the offensive. The other nice one is being able to get the Public Order +8. Dark Elves, much like High Elves, have incredible issues maintaining good public order because they don't start with any kind of public order on their main settlements. So we will be building a lot of public order buildings throughout all of our settlements to keep those high. So popping this every 20 turns is kind of good, actually. And then, of course, the Sacrifice to Mathland to give the signature Black Arcs, as we previously talked about. Black Arcs are something I'm going to try to show off, but they are really useful if you can use them appropriately. Black Arcs are literally as useful as you make them. If you don't use them, they're shit. If you use them and navigate with them well, Black Arcs are a savior. They also do get basically army abilities that allow like bombardments and things like that as well. So they're actually useful in combat as well as out of combat for public order or for slave income and all that shit. Anyways, Malekith does indeed start with a fire sorceress. Ours is determined, which is like okay. Fire sorcery is going to be kind of neat.
Relics come forth.
We automatically unlock a sacrifice to party. We know that so we are getting Skaven corruption, so you can mouse over that. Events is basically their way of saying that, you know, they exist without us actually knowing where they are. We're going to move over here and start recruiting. Yeah, Black Arcs can be really, really cool if used appropriately. Much like High Elves, we're going to start moving with a front line of Dread Spears and 1 unit of Dark Shards. So we have 4 units, 5 units of a front line, as well as 1 unit of Dark Shards. Um, Dar- uh, Black Arcs were really lame to start off with. Black Arcs have been buffed a lot. So it's kind of hard to say, like, were they bad? Yeah, at one point they were, but they've gotten really good. Oh, also, in terms of where we are going to do and what we are going to do. First of all, we're going to unite our starting province, because that is something you should always aim to do. And the other thing is attempt to kill Hagreef. Hagreef does start at war with you, which is kind of a pain in the ass. So you kind of end up splitting both ways. You're at war with the Skaven, and you're at war with Hagreef. Hagreef is something that we're going to need. I can't show you right now, but they do have a strategic location or a unique building chain. That unique building chain is a shit ton of resources and a better gold mine. It makes an absurd amount of money, and it's a port as well. Hagreef is something that I do not think you can go a Dark Elf campaign without controlling if you start up here. Obviously, Marathi's not going to be able to really get it that easily. She can get it, but not easily. And of course, what's his face in the south is definitely not going to be able to get it. But this is something that we're going to deal with. She does start with being able to upgrade Shade. Hey, Oa, thank you for the 9 months, man. I appreciate it. So she's going to have to be somebody that we have to keep an eye on. There's going to be a lot of dancing back and forth in the first couple of turns here. So this is kind of a rough start. But unfortunately, that's just how Dark Elves start on Mortal Empires in general. I don't think we can really do any kind of diplomacy right now. We just kind of have to wait for a few turns as we move king round. I think that is everything. Exactly, Nerfy. The strategic location where you get a Hydra a tier faster around there too. That is Claren Car. Or Clarkaran, pardon me. That is a little too far to the south because we also have to deal with Tretch. Tretch does start at Hotek's columns. That's kind of what's the problem. But anyways, we will start clearing this. We do know that there are a lot of Skaven through here, which is kind of good for making a lot of slave income early. Why are my artillery pieces moving and I tell them attack? It's a line of sight issue and probably a bug. Any questions before we started getting into battle shit? Shut up, Ned. What does your ideal doom stack consist of? It's kind of a hard question to answer. For Dark Elves, it's a little bit different. There are a number of good units that I get access to, but I think it's going to shape up similarly to that of High Elves. The difference being is that Dark Elf Cav is really not that great. As much as I hate to say that, Cold One Dread Knights are just not very reliable because of the rampage and stuff. So it'd be basically similar to that of High Elves. So you'd have a front line of like Blackguard. You'd have a couple of units of Executioners. You'd still have like 4 to 6 Dark Shards or Shades, whatever you would like. And then you would be packing Hydras and Black Dragons. Hydras are very, very tanky and very useful at anti-infantry rolls. And Black Dragons are, of course, dragons. They're not quite as good as Star Dragons are. They're actually more on par with a Moon Dragon. but it's the only dragon they get access to. I wouldn't pick a Manticore because Manticores do have Rampage, which is kind of a problem.
Follows with me.
Doomfires are pretty good. Doomfire Warlocks are good, but not for late game.
Attack.
And that's the problem. Okay, now as always, auto-resolve is kind of lying. We do have a lot of good things here that allow us to fight this
Druki,
pretty easily.
bloody slaughter awaits.
Doomfire Warlocks, I think, are a unit that are really good up until late game. What about the anti-large worm? You're talking about the Charybdis. The Charybdis is pretty lackluster. The problem is that in this game, anti-large can already be achieved by shooting the shadow. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about mages and shit like that. I do think that you should pack a mage of some kind, probably shadows. That would be the only hero that I think that you should for sure run with, just to give your army a little bit more versatility. If you're not using a Supreme Sorceress, if you are using a Supreme Sorceress or not, Death Hags are definitely important. The Charybdis, the problem with Charybdis is that anti-large is already something that is fairly easy for Dark Elves to come with, and furthermore, if it is large, it's easy for them to shoot it with armor-piercing rounds, because everything they have is armor-piercing. So you don't really need that shit. You put the Hag in the Cauldron? I do. I would, because of the AoE ward save. AoE ward save is pretty fucking important. So the main issue is that the Charybdis is outshined by the fact that it doesn't have a flamethrower, doesn't have a breath attack, doesn't have regen, and its combat animations do not make it very good. It kind of just splashes around and shit, doesn't actually really do a whole lot. It's kind of like the Necrosphinx. We'll get to that later on with Tomb Kings, which I think are 2 streams away. It's kind of the same way with those, because its animations really kind of leave it in the dust. I've seen Redditor argue Hag is better on foot, so I wanted to know. Redditors will argue about any number of things because they don't actually know what they're talking about. So that's how it is. I'm actually going to put these guys back here. This is a chariot that does have missiles, but chariot missiles are fucking garbage. These guys are used in melee. They're actually a pretty good chariot. They've got really good weapon strength. Bonus against infantry of 22. Plus a nice charge bonus of 60. So we're going to ram that shit. Alright. We know we're going to get Menace Belowed at some point, so that's why we're fanning out like this. I've learned how stupid people are on Reddit. Yeah. Reddit should not take much in consideration. But a Carnosaur beat it. You mean the anti-large Charybdis? Carnosaurs are one of the best anti-large monsters in the game. In fact, I'd be willing to venture and say that there isn't very much that Carnosaurs lose against if it's large. Can any monster beat a Carnosaur 1v1? I hesitate to say no, but nothing immediately comes to mind that says that they can. So I don't like giving you absolutes and be like, nah, sure, no.
Malekith. Attend me.
Chariots, onward!
It doesn't look like we're gonna get Menace Belowed here yet.
Dread spears. Agreed. Forward! Advancing!
Not
Try!
Dark shards. Orders understood.
Slay them!
Understood. To destruction.
Eager for battle!
Hi.
Chosen of Cain!
Okay.
Destruction awaits!
Bolt throwers!
Destroy. Drew King. By Drakira.
Yeah, the Necrofax melee combat animations are not very good.
Malekith!
Not using magic as much as I should be here. I've said the reason why I think that its melee animations are as bad as they are.
By
I don't
Drakira!
actually know. I can't prove that. Can't prove why. But I have a sneaky suspicion.
Sister
Of
of
why?
the Dark Convent! For the convent!
Blackguards! Blood for Cain!
Malekith!
Battle ready. Onwards to murder. Going.
I will have destruction! Hear my words!
Terror and death. Battle ready. Die, weaklings.
No survivors!
On to slaughter.
Are we
Malekith!
killing this lord yet, or what?
Suffering for all!
Please kill this lord.
Bolt throwers!
Going. Onward to destruction.
Sorceress of blood!
Dark shards. Massacre them.
Urith!
No, seriously, kill this lord.
Nagarothi!
What are we waiting
For
for
the
here?
king!
Dark shards. Attack.
Why are you on guard mode? You're still
Advancing.
running.
By Drakira!
Eager!
No mercy! Attend me!
Merciless host! With pleasure! We are ready! Kill everything!
Wrapped in filth. Death.
All shall die!
Actually, let me see if I can fireball him.
Come, melee!
Moving out!
Yeah, that sucked.
Glorious carnage!
Dark shards. As you say.
To destruction! Slaughter them! Massacre
There's
them!
Master. Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of Necrosphinx, honestly. Necrosphinx are pretty shit in my opinion. Don't really do a whole lot.
Look on me and cower!
Here's the thing.
Take anything of value.
We're gonna get a rebellion anyway. Problem is how badly we're gonna get a rebellion.
Loot steel, will you?
I think we can loot and
The
occupy
victor,
eventually.
the
I don't think on this
spoils.
first one.
Esh in contract if you stay.
Why didn't you use the limited ability Sephiroth had? What?
Malekith, King of Nagloth.
Talking about the dark power?
King of the Sea.
Power of darkness? One Malekith has? You have a link to the starting locations? Yeah. Closed it. In here. You don't use dark power early because you don't need dark power. You only use dark power or if you need more wins. If you don't need more wins, you're literally hurting yourself for nothing. That's essentially what
I have
dark
little
power
time
does.
or
Hurt you for more wins. But if you're not out of wins, what are you worried about? Causes damage to whoever you put it on, and he gains gains wins for it. It can be really, really good, but that's the key. And you can put on whatever unit he wants. But again, if you're not out of wins, what are you worried about? Fun one to put it on is Hydra's. Because Hydra should just heal it back.
The people grow restless.
My cruelty knows no limits.
There we go.
Overlord.
Cease your provocation.
First couple of turns is really risky because we are going to run into problems with the heck.
Please, share your inanities with me. I'm listening. Very well.
Cain's bride.
Interesting. They're going to bring a lot of shades.
People are displeased.
It can be a little painful. Let's get moving. I knew we were going to get Skaven at Skaven Blight at some point, based on them leaking it like a long ass time ago. I'm kind of surprised it took this long. I thought he was going to be the first Lord since they knew about it so early. Not Tretch. Is there any favorite builds you like to take with Malekith? He has so much to choose for and so many points. And so little points. I basically, dark magic is neat, but it's not like awesome. Personally, for Malekith, I'd get enough to get Blade Wind. You'd want to get like Blade Wind and Spiteful Conjuration, so like 4 points here. You want every single thing that he has in Stripped and Scoured, which I'll explain if we get to that point later on tonight. You're going to want Lightning Strike because you're going to be fighting down a shit ton of elves. And then the rest based on how many points you can put into his killer shit. Him being a Master of Dark is only okay. Like, having an Arcane Conduit is kind of cool, but that's kind of it. Doom Bolt's fine. Soul Stealer is fine. But they're not, like, really like, the reason you get them, you know? Or the reason why you have a Dark Caster. The main one's going to be Blade Wind. Blade Wind is absurdly good for how much it costs. So we will end up getting that on him, but otherwise I would just make him a killer otherwise. Pick up Absolute Power because it just makes sense. Because that buffs him as well. Sadistic is good. Eternal Hatred isn't bad. You know, having him on his dragon. You know, that kind of thing. They're not Van Geist or Wind of Death? Yeah.
Malicious and cruel.
You get him Seraphon? Absolutely. Absolutely. He's a lot safer to put on Seraphon rather than like, say Tyrion on his horse, because by the time you can put him on, you can get out of combat with being on a dragon. And actually, by the time you can put him on a dragon, you kind of need him for that extra siege ability. This before or after Redline Blueprint. You're always going to want to do Redline picks first. Redline is going to be more important.
Poor leader, and we yours.
Blade Wind's going to be important. I don't know if I would agree with that, because getting the points into Dread Spears and your archers is pretty important. It is amazing. I'm not unsure of how amazing it is. It is definitely amazing for sure. But you're also talking about 95% of your army is getting buffed and making them do their job a little bit better. I don't know. I think you could make arguments either way for it. I personally like putting points into the line, into the army.
Black Guards.
Theron's not as strong because it deals little and no AP damage. It actually deals more AP damage than most other things its tier. Actually has a pretty high AP damage, which is why it does as much damage as it does.
Dark Shards.
As last I heard, at least. What bonuses do the veteran unit perks give? I mean, pretty generic ones. You know, your bow units shoot more. Your melee units get physical resistance, bonus melee attack, or melee defense, that kind of thing. Pretty generic, honestly. Early on, yeah, I would agree that it was pretty required, but as of late, I don't think it's as... I don't know. We'll see. If we can get the points for it early, then I'll give it a shot again. Early. I do think Blade Wind is poor, but when you get it is a little bit more up in the air. Blade Wind is useful part of the time, but buffs to Dread Spears and Dark Shards are useful all the time. That's a pretty good way of looking at it.
Bolt throwers.
Blade Wind would be better if you could direct it a little bit. Blade Wind would be OP as shit if you could direct it a little bit. Oh, okay.
The Witch King. Slaughter them.
They're swamping us.
Doesn't Blade Wind move too? Yeah, it does. But you can't direct where it goes. That was the important thing.
Cold-blooded killers.
Just blankets the skies with an absurd amount of damage.
Merciless warriors.
On the subject of multiplayer, I do really believe that Warhammer 3 is going to see some massive changes to multiplayer. I think they are planning on pushing multiplayer a lot harder come Warhammer 3. It's just a gut feeling. Do you think manually aiming artillery could be improved, considering that it always seems to be broken for me? Yes. So it can go veering into your own units and damage them? Yes. That is the risk with any Vortex spell. Multiplayer is a bit more popular on YouTube. It's not nearly as popular on Twitch as it is on YouTube. You guys do have to keep that in mind. And like I said, I do think that CA is going to push for more changes for multiplayer come Warhammer 3.
Bow before Malekith.
What tube? On YouTube? It's not for everybody. May not even be for many people. For some people it is. Drop Marcher, of course. That'll off. Yeah, we're not going to upgrade this because we don't need Dark Shards or Shields yet. There's really no reason to change over just yet. Instead, we're going to go ahead and get that and Public Order, I think, is what we get. I cannot actually get because we're broke. So 150 may not be too bad. We'll be doing Norska at some point. They're going to be a faction I'm going to need to relearn a little bit.
King Malekith.
Most people don't enjoy Norska. Some people really enjoy Norska, but most people do not seem to enjoy Norska.
Make haste. I have rights.
You have to remember that Norska has changed pretty drastically from Warhammer 1. Because Norska was not designed with having this whole side of their ocean being opened. They were always kind of hard in Warhammer 1 no matter what. But they relied on the fact that nobody came in to fuck with them. Nobody came into the Chaos Wastes. And so you were kind of okay because nobody bothered to come in. Now that's not the case. Because now factions will chase you. No matter pretty much whatever faction you're playing. You just leave Nagron to protect itself? Yeah, generally speaking. There's a method to my madness here. It's going to be rough for sure. Yeah, the hard part about Norska is not the Confederation. The hard part about Norska is keeping that territory.
Lord of the Black Tower.
That shit sucks.
Overlord.
Cease your provocations.
Not enough warpstone.
Let me see how many shades she recruited.
We're ready for them.
A lot. A lot.
Cain abhors diplomacy, unless it leads to war.
Yeah, Norska's not very enjoyable, but you know, to each his own. Oh, by the way, whoever asked earlier if I'm going to play this campaign out, no. Each of these are going to be educational. So it's only going to be one night per, and it'll show like how to start off the game. Kind of talked about where to expand, things like that. But it's an idea so that, you know, people can watch one day of campaign and be like, oh, that's how you start. The rest is kind of up to you.
Words have great power. The power over life and death for it.
Played my first Norska campaign not too long ago. I had a lot of fun. The early game Confederation mechanic for defeating other leaders was cool. I hated trying to move out, though. Islam and Empire kept colonizing my ruins, and I felt like I couldn't get anywhere. Yep, that's the problem. What are you looking forward to the next DLC? I'm looking forward to play. I mean, I'm kind of excited for both factions, which is kind of weird, but I think Skaven are getting some really cool factional stuff, whereas Lizardmen are just getting some really cool units. Anyone doesn't excite me as much as like Icket Claw does, but anyone does get a lot of shit to start off with. So,
King of the Druki, I'm going. Slaughter them.
as I said before, the units that the Skaven are getting, I feel are a bit more important to the playstyle of Skaven because they need the more weapons teams, they need Giselles, they need Rattling Gunners, they need all that shit. Whereas the new units that the Lizardmen are getting are more diverse and kind of broadening what they have access to. But I don't think that any of the units that the Lizardmen are getting are truly core to their build or their play style. But Rattling Gunners and Giselles, I think, are going to be really, really powerful.
Come, my dealers of death.
Sorry, guys. I think we're going to turtle up for this a little bit. Kind of need to let them come at us.
Battle ready! Dark shards! Cold-blooded killers!
Trying to pull off some neat dwarven tech.
Dealers in death!
Malekith.
Bolt thrower! At once!
Full ranged army with a hero, with a lord hero and 2 doom wheels is the front line only. I mean, back in the beginning of Warhammer 2, that was a playstyle. Instead, you used priests, plague priests, and you just summoned as many clan rats as you possibly could, and just kept chaining those guys out, and then using them as fodder for your catapults to just slam right into. It was a pretty interesting time. I don't think I ever actually did it, but I do remember people talking about how hilarious it was.
Destroy!
Busted archers? I don't know if I'd call them busted. Cool? Sure. But busted? I don't know.
Terror and death.
I mean, we haven't actually seen Jezzails in action yet. We can't actually talk about how good Jezzails are going to be. I think Rattling Gunners are going to be pretty solid, but Jezzails are another thing entirely.
Carnage awaits. Onward.
Malekith.
The vermin are everywhere.
I definitely think that you're going to be using both unit types together. I don't see why you would want to try to use only Rattlings or only Jezzails. Yeah. I think they're going to be a very cool playstyle for sure. I think the main issue is going to be the fact that you want to cram so many units into the army, and you just can't. You just can't do it. Because you're going to need some kind of front line of Storm Vermin, right? But then you also want a couple units of Jezzails, and you want a couple units of Rattling Gunners. Oh, yeah, and by the way, you want a couple Catapults, and you want a couple Warp Lightning Cannons, and you kind of want to have some Doom Wheels or some Doom Flares. Oh, yeah, and you want some heroes with some magic, and it just sounds like there's going to be so much shit to want to cram into those armies. Not that that's a bad thing. But if you have two armies that travel together, I mean, you definitely could. Kind of how Empire feels like playing sometimes.
Dealers in death. Attack! Bolt throwers. No survivors.
Malekith. Onward! Setting forth! Forward! Onward!
Merciless warriors. Glorious destruction. Dark shards. Kill everything.
Malekith.
By the way, this is the Power of Darkness. I think Doom Wheels are going to get buffed a bit with the workshop. I wouldn't worry about that too much. I think it's going to make it so that you pretty much kind of want to use a lot of different units. Like, even though it didn't expressly say, I don't see him not buffing artillery. So, I think it's one of those things where we just kind of have to wait and see how they're going to play.
Malekith. Hear my words.
Maybe. Probably not, but maybe.
No mercy.
Battle ready. Attack. Lycain.
Malekith.
Eager for battle. With pleasure.
Sorceress of Grant!
I'm going to get a nice juicy one, but I don't really see any opportunities. Except for out there. That is the plan, so little pick.
Dark shards. Shame, shame.
Hate how much rats run back and forth.
Onward.
Yeah, it can be a little annoying sometimes, but overall not too bad though.
The Witch King.
Kind of centered on how their playstyle is though.
Carnage Force. Carnage.
Spells. Power doom.
Come, Bailey!
See.
Got 30 kills with that.
Chariots. Druki. Forward.
Not too bad.
Bolt throwers. Attack.
Is this game hard? Well, you were in luck because I am doing a tutorial series right now.
Malekith.
The answer is it's only as hard as you don't put effort into. That doesn't sound right. It's only hard if you are not willing to learn. If you're willing to learn and lose a little bit, it's not that hard. But it does take someone who is willing to learn how the game is played and learn, cool shit about it.
Pull back. Dark shards.
But on sale.
Dark.
I mean, we're about to get another DLC very shortly.
Merciless warriors.
Like I said, I'm doing a tutorial right now. A couple nights ago, I did a tutorial on High Elves on the Vortex, which I think you should play first if you're looking to get into the game. If you hit !YouTube, you can look at the video I did just the other night. If you're willing to learn the game and be a little bit patient and stuff, you could definitely, it's definitely not as hard as it might feel. We're going to find it? Right there. Or you can look through my Twitch VODs as well. Above me, at the top, it'll be videos, and it'll be same title as today, Warhammer Educational. Decisive even. Look at all that damage we didn't take. Now I'm going to do a tutorial on all factions sort of quick. Hardest ones for me are going to be like Beastmen. Mostly Beastmen. That one I'm a little nervous about. I have to play that off stream for a bit.
Look on me and cower.
And I guess Norska. Alright, so we're going to get a revolt, or we have a revolt anyway, so we're going to go ahead and meet and occupy.
The spoils. Malekith, King of Nagaroth.
Alright. Interesting. Trial by fire. Terrible with hordes? I think a lot of people are, actually. Is it anything like the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? That's going to be Three Kingdoms, which is going to be coming on May 23rd.
A black-hearted rogue.
Although I'm not really sure exactly what your question is by asking if it's like Romance of the Three Kingdoms.
The people grow restless.
Okay, we're gonna leave that damage because it's gonna repair. So I want the sacrifice to go ahead and pop off. So for command, we're gonna pick public order first, but eventually we're gonna switch over to growth. But first, we're going to pop this. Even though public order right now does not matter at all. For sure, dude. By all means, I'll be here. Did you need a tier 3 building? I think it's the tier 2 building. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, it is the Slave Pens building, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, he attacked me. I think we are going to go ahead and fight this out, simply because I don't trust these casualties. I think we'll lose the Black Guard if we don't fight this. So, normally I wouldn't fight this and just auto it, but I don't want to lose a couple key units this early. Can't ever trust auto-resolve. Don't ever trust auto-resolve. The good news is, though, this is more slaves and a little bit more casualty replenishment and things like that. So, and experience from Malekith, which is all pretty important.
Malekith.
Bolt throwers.
So, why not? Yeah, that's why.
Eager for battle.
Yeah, I want the bolt thrower to be, it's, I guess, no spot.
Eager for battle.
Basically force them to run through it as long as possible.
Merciless warriors.
I'd actually sit the Blackguard out. Don't really have any reason to need to use them here. Malekith should be just fine.
Sorceress of Grond!
And we'll have to keep an eye on things.
Chariots.
Pretty much. I auto sometimes to just speed things up on stream, but I mean, that usually comes at such an incredibly high cost. Just not worth it.
Battle ready.
That's why we left them out.
Destruction.
Malekith, death awaits! Glorious carnage! Destroy! Fear my wrath!
Make them bleed. Death is coming.
All shall tremble!
Nope. Those below spawns clan rats.
Chariots. To destruction. Death.
Total War Warhammer 1? I mean, they're kind of the same game. And actually, Warhammer 2 is on sale right now.
My cane. Beneath us.
If you're familiar at all with how StarCraft was done, StarCraft 2, it's kind of the same way, where like each game is going to stand on its own 2 feet, but owning more of them is better. But they are on sale on the Humble Bundle store, or the Humble store.
Destruction awaits!
And actually, owning Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2 is good because that allows you to play on this map. There are 2 different maps that you can play on. One of them is only unlocked if you only own Warhammer 2, and the other one is unlocked if you own 1 and 2. Little an icon? No, I'm not using any add-ons. Hold spacebar. Hold spacebar. All this shit is in the game. I just got ambushed by rats and a settlement near enough, and that felt bad with victory when it hurt. Who are you playing as? Ever noticed? Not a lot of people do. It actually kind of bothers me when I see streamers and YouTubers who don't have this turned on, because this is so much clearer as to what exactly is happening in the battle. It's a lot more visible instead of it just being like morale and health. That's it. Makes a ton more sense in my opinion. I actually don't really understand why streamers don't have, all streamers have it on. Yep. Take care. We're gonna have to fight him again, but that's okay. Now I guess we'll get an additional level. Is going up on YouTube? I mean, I already put up the high elf one the other day. High elf one's already up.
Your prestige grows.
I am the Witch King.
Chief Master. You want Blade win? No, pass. Right now. For now.
No mercy.
We're gonna fight them.
Flay them first.
Just in case. Any mirror matchup that you run into is always going to be really fucking rough. Dark Elf's hardest matchups. Let me think about that for a minute. Because High Elf is definitely up there for sure.
Dread spears.
I agree with Ned. High Elves are definitely a pain in the ass to fight.
Nagarothi.
Then again, so are Dark Elves. They both suck.
Dark shards. Bolt throwers. Chariots.
I lust for slaughter.
Anything with high defense, high health is hard for Dark Elves. That being said, one of the harder ones is probably like dwarves. Granted, dwarves have a lot of armor, but they also have a lot of health and leadership. Lizardmen are actually kind of weak to Dark Elves because Lizardmen are kind of susceptible to armor-piercing range. The dwarves aren't really susceptible to armor-piercing damage. Like, they are, but they're not really. They're just so tanky. Leadership for fucking years.
Chariots.
Malekith.
Plus, dwarven artillery is kind of a pain for dark elves
Dealers in death.
because dark elves have such short range. The artillery does a fantastic job of just shredding the shit out of them before they ever get close. I mean, it's kind of hard to use. It's kind of hard to use
Destroy.
the armor-piercing damage of dark elves if they never can get close enough to actually use said damage.
Onward.
Which race is easiest to learn Warhammer 1 on? Dwarves.
Kill.
Dwarves are pretty easy on Warhammer 1. And dwarves are still in a good spot in Warhammer 1. That's changed in Warhammer 2, but Warhammer 1, they're still in a really good spot.
Crush them!
Dwarves are really, really simple. They're going to play similarly to what we got going on right now. But they're going to have more artillery. How about Belagar? I mean, no. But, I mean, that's like saying High Elves are the easiest, but don't play Teclis. Belagar is still a pain in the ass, but he is easier on... He is easier in Warhammer 1 than he is in Warhammer 2.
Chariots.
Mostly because Skarsnik doesn't get obliterated in Warhammer 2. I'm sorry, mostly because Skarsnik gets obliterated in Warhammer 1. Very easily.
My blade hungers.
Focus on range shooting. Yes. Yes. Dwarves are a very simple playstyle. Very, very simple. Artillery and range. They have some of the strongest frontline infantry, like tanky infantry, in the entire game. Use that to your advantage. I will be doing a dwarf how-to later on when we get further down the factional select screen. But unfortunately, dwarves playing in Warhammer 2 is a little bit different than Warhammer 1. Can Dowie play Beatdown Melee 2? Yes, but it's one of those, why would you? You could play Beatdown Hammers and Giant Slayers and shit like that. Or you can use organ guns.
Look on me and
Choice is yours, but
shackle them.
why aren't you just using organ
I
guns?
am unstoppable.
There we go. Sacrifice gain.
Malekith, King of Nagaroth.
Well, I would suggest getting 2 soon, simply because it's on sale right now. I think it's on sale for 66% off. Not trying to rush you or anything like that. Just something to keep in mind, if possible.
Unthinkable.
King of the True. Moving.
Struggle versus dwarf most whenever I play. Dwarves are assholes. They're going to be pretty hard to deal with because they're assholes. Oh, it's not on sale anymore? Really? Dude, I looked like literally yesterday. What the hell? Can I get full names here? Yeah, Warhammer 2's on sale still. Yeah. It's on sale for $20. Not too shabby.
We are ready to riot.
long as Hag Grief don't siege me down too early, we're fine. The key is having Hag Grief siege as long as possible. Yep, that's the Humble store. Pretty much everything, as far as I saw, Warhammer 2 related was on sale right now through them. It's not on Steam. Is it a global version? That's a good question. That I cannot answer. That I do not know. That would be something that I would guess you'd have to go look in your own Humble store. Because what I linked to would be an American version. But I think Humble Bundle is worldwide, I think. So we go to another house. We get walls, we upgrade. Do Empire Mages get access to heavens? Yes, they do.
Chosen of Cain.
Alright, so here's the thing.
You insignificant fool.
Plan here is to
No.
keep them sieging here until the rebellion
Waste
fights
my
them. The
time.
rebellion should fight them first.
Unthinkable.
That's the hope, is that they'll attempt to fight them first.
I am the witch.
We're going to pretend that we're totally not here. If so, that is going to soften them up and allow the siege to work out a little bit better. And then Malekith is going to go finish that off and fight Hagrid, which is actually still a pretty tough battle because we don't have access to the good siege equipment. Let's see.
I have little time or...
The Black Court is a danger.
We need a trading camp with
Speak
somebody.
or die. You are surely
That'll
doomed
probably help.
to die. Agreeable.
She might still declare war on us because she's not at
Druki
war with anybody.
nobility.
And then it's also a distinct possibility that Mung is going to declare war on us as well. In case we do indeed get a siege, I'm going to go ahead and pop Sacrifice of Cain now. We're going to need the Dark Conduit in this battle. Plus, the casualty replenishment certainly does not hurt at all. We're going to pop that, and then if we do get in any battles down here, we should be fine for a while. The Empire Mage is called a Celestial Wizard. Gets access to Lower Heavens. That's a problem. I kind of thought this might happen, though, which is why we popped right at Cain. The issue now is the fact that we're going to be fighting back-to-back battles because the rebellion's going to come swinging through here now. So Malekith has to make it in position. The key to this fight is going to be eliminating as many shades as we possibly can. Who do you think has the strongest garrison? Probably dwarves. Garrison, LOL start. Oh, that's kind of a complicated question, actually. Probably Tyrion. The island just kind of falls into his lap. Guys are correct. Does have a very ridiculous garrison. So I said dwarves. Don't know what faction I'd like to play. Want to play a caster melee lord that isn't High Elves or Empire. Have you met Vampire Counts? So we have to be kind of strategic about where we put everything here. We know they have shades. Shut up, Grimwisp. They have like 6 units of shades, so it's kind of hard to say exactly where they're going to be.
Dark shards.
Luther Harkon? Why play Luther Harkon when you can play a von Karstein instead? Lizard Boys don't have a melee lord / caster. Unless you're counting Mazda Money, which I don't know about all that.
Cold ones.
Yeah, Noctilus is fucking poggers, dude.
Bolt throwers.
Well, yeah, but they don't start as that sortable pick. You gotta get them there first.
Dealers in death. Blackguards.
So, like, Mazdamundi does eventually become a melee lord, but try putting Mazdamundi in melee before he's on Slank as Lank. It's not fun. Not fun.
Eager for battle. Bolt throwers.
It might be a stupid question, but Manfred also has access to Blood Dragon's lineage. Do you mean that he gets a zombie dragon? Because that's correct, but he doesn't know Manfred is not a Blood Dragon.
Cold ones.
There's a difference between being a Blood Dragon and getting a zombie dragon mount. He's the only one who gets a zombie dragon. No, I take that back. He's not the only one. I'm sorry. I'm on drugs.
Bleak swords.
I don't think Luther is a Blood Dragon. Red Duke is, yes.
Dark shards. Eager for battle. Dark shards.
Oh, well, any Vampire Count faction can use the Blood Kisses.
Yeah.
Any of them can. Crazy Joker, thank you for the follow, man. I think we're okay with this, but I don't know. I'm actually going to put these guys over here just in case. I'm going to use them to run down shades. Because you don't know where shades are right now. And that's the big problem. Remember when I got Coast, played Noctis, eventually ended up being a last stand the low ground against 2 full stack elf armies. I won. I went to save the replay and my game crashed. Yikes. It was bad, man. Oh, he does train. Interesting. I didn't know that. I remember when I was first playing this game a little bit more seriously, and I didn't know what stock was. Boy, that was a frustrating day.
As you say. At once.
Okay, where are all these shades? Come on.
Eager for battle.
Might actually be able to run the shades out.
Slaughter.
Oh, there's one.
Glorious destruction. Advancing! Blood will flow!
How does stock work? Stock just means that the unit is invisible until you get to a certain point where it reveals itself. So like here, at the start of the battle, I had no idea where the shades were, but the shades, because they have stock, allow them to sneak up like that and get into position. See, like these, I didn't know these shades existed at all. This is kind of a problem because these guys are going to die now. But I'm already too far, so we got to just continue it. Is there any point in playing higher difficulties? Challenging yourself?
Dark shards.
You like challenge?
Death is coming.
To work on AI, it does.
Dealers in death. Battle loses its savor. Slay them. Nagarothi. Slash.
And we're losing to shades there.
Eager for battle. Bolt throwers. Bloody murder.
I feel like the AI cheats when I have hidden units. I vanguard some of the tree. AI makes a beeline for set trees. Welcome to Warhammer 2.
Death.
Is it possible to change camera angle? How so?
Death is coming. Slay them. Kill them.
Personal favorite faction is Vampire Counts, followed closely by Lizardmen.
Guards. By your command.
Oh fuck!
Dark shards.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up!
Onwards
Back
to
up!
murder.
Back up! Back up! Back up!
Going. By Cain. Cold ones.
There is a tactical view, but it's disabled on it's disabled on very hard battle difficulty. The highest battle difficulty there is very hard, and the highest campaign difficulty is legendary, which is what I'm playing. So I would show you that, but I can't.
It is done. Cold ones. Advance, True King. Battle ready. My blade hungers. Dark shards. We are ready. Going. Dark shards. Cold ones. Blood will flow. Dealers in death. Dark shards. Slash kill. Bolt throwers. Nagarothi. Onwards to murder. Black guards. Taruki. Black guards. Orders understood.
There's the mass route.
Bolt throwers.
All right, so now we're in a little bit of an awkward position because usually we rely upon the garrison to be fully health, so that we can fight the rebellion. Using any mods? Nope, it's completely vanilla. 100% vanilla.
By Cain.
Wouldn't be much of a tutorial if I modded the game so that, you know, you were
Following
seeing something
orders.
different that, different.
Black guards.
Know what I'm saying?
Carnage awaits. Kill every
Personally, I think for streaming, no mods is the best way to go about things. Simply because when new players come in and say, hey, how is that working out, or how does that work, I can show them without being, well, yeah, you see, so there's this mod on the workshop that, you know,
Nagarothi.
a lot harder to explain exactly what's happening if I have to do that. Because then they come in and go, holy shit, that's all. Oh. So in order to get that to happen, I have to do the same thing. And I like being educational, so. Which means that if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Aren't mods from the workshop free? Yeah, but that doesn't mean people want to use them. Just because something is free doesn't mean that people want to change the play style. Except for the new DLC? Hell yeah, I am. I've waited, what, 18 months to get a fully fleshed out Lizardman faction and get 2 new additional lords? Fuck yeah, I am. In general, do you prefer the damage dealing spells, i.e. vortex, winds, etc., or the buffing spells? Depends on the situation. The damaging spells, when used correctly, can tend to turn the tide better than a debuff spell, but debuff spells tend to be cheaper. So using both effectively is going to be key to victory no matter what. But a really well-placed Pit of Shades is probably going to be better than a well-placed debuff spell. Kind of hard to explain without showing you. Unless it's like Net and you're a high elf. I mean, even then, I think that overcasting Net is a little overcosted right now. I mean, it's 15 wins to root them in place for what, 15 seconds or something like that? And then you also have to have a light wizard. In which, do I have to mention you have to have a light wizard?
My cruelty knows no limits. End them!
Using a light wizard for my playthrough for health, they seem pretty solid. The problem with light magic is that comparable to other lores that high elves have access to, it's just not really that great. Which spellbook do I prefer? Generalized spell is going to be either Shadow or Life, because there are multiple scenarios where both of those are good. Shadows have very good debuffing magic, as well as Pit of Shades, which is used correctly one of the highest DPS spells in the game. Especially in sieges. Lore of Life has tons of regeneration, physical resistance, and a not too shabby AoE damage spell in the form of Dwellers Below. In terms of unique lores, Lore Vampires. No question. Yeah, life magic is pretty absurd. There's really, they had to retweak some of life magic shit because of how good regrowth was. Like, there's a reason they switched the physical resistance on Shield of Thorns from regrowth, because they know it's absurd. Lore of the Deeps? There's nothing wrong with Lore of the Deeps, but you said favorite. Lore of the Deeps isn't my favorite. Just because it's not my favorite doesn't mean it's not a good lore, though. I happen to think that Lore of Dark is actually really good too.
Cold-blooded killers.
But you cannot and will not take Invocation of the Heck away from me, ever. Oh, hi, Budgeted Elm. Thank you for the 9 months, man. Welcome back, dude. Thank you for the continued support. That was my favorite recently. I've been a big fan of Lore of Black Powder. Yeah, pretty much. What about Pirate Lore of Deeps? What kind of spells it has? What do you mean? Are they my favorite, or are they good?
We are ready.
Those shades are going to pop out and be a problem.
The
Deeps is a very good lore. Again, not shitting on Deeps. Are they good? Yeah. Lore Deeps is good. Lore Deeps is definitely good. Everqueen gets an improved life tech tree? I don't think so, no. You're fine, Sword will pick. I just need clarity, that's all. Oh shit, these are not.
Merciless warriors.
Whoops.
Dark shards. At once.
Ain't that hard with them.
Advancing.
I expect the other shades to pop out here any second.
Great spears.
We are ready.
Onward. Merciless warriors. Dark elves. Hack, cut. Dealers in death. To destruction. Kill them. We are ready. Nagarothi. Destroy. Merciless warriors.
Advancing!
Chariots. Destroy. Dark shards. The merciless host. Suffering for all. Kill them!
And that's that. And I need to move them away from the rebellion. We need to move him close to city limits, but away from the rebellion. Because that rebellion's going to hurt. And we need the garrison to soak up damage, is what we need. Because that rebellion's also going to get shades and shit in it as well. And that's going to be a pain in the ass to deal with.
Look on me and cower. Enslave the weak. I am unstoppable.
Oh, alright, cool. Good enough for now. Are shades good? Yes. In so many words, yes.
A black-hearted rogue.
I gotta remember that we have Burning Head. I keep forgetting that. So Shadow and Life, those are my two favorite generic lores, yes.
Cease your provocations.
There are very few scenarios where one of those two is not going to be good. You switch Dread Spears for Blackguard as soon as possible, or Dread Spears still work mid-game? Switching to Blackguard is kind of needed.
The goddess forbids it.
What do I want to do here?
Heir of an Aryan.
I can march him in Nagron. That's probably the safest place
Preparing to march.
to put him in.
Chosen of Cain.
I would enjoy killing you.
Yep, still need to knock out High Grief.
Your timing is...
Must speak, kin, and I will gladly.
This is Mortal Empires. Pretty much all of my campaigns will be Mortal Empires. Mortal Empires to me is just a generally better map. There are a few situations that I don't agree with that, but that's kind of few and far between. Vortex is better for, I think, Mazdamundi and for, like, Malekith, but for pretty much everybody else is okay where they start. Do you like Mazdamundi's spellbook? No, I do not. I think Mazdamundi's lore needs to get reworked pretty severely. Actually, Slan in general need to be reworked pretty severely, but Mazdamundi for sure. How do slaves work? So slaves are your casualties that are captured post-battle, which you would happen to have anyway. Most factions have it. It just doesn't show you that is the case, because that number doesn't tend to matter a whole lot. It matters for the amount of post-battle loot that you get and the amount of replenishment that you get for every faction. But for Dark Elves, you get both. You get to see exactly how many you capture and replenishment, etc., etc., etc. Anyway, slaves are the main way that Dark Elves make money. Basically, it is getting as many after battle or post-battle casualties as possible, and then concentrating them in one central location, preferably your capital. Slave income scales exponentially, so you want to focus. Oh shit, that's nice. You want to focus all of them into one province as much as you physically can, and then on top of that, being able to drive this income up. What do you think the most lackluster, boring faction is? Greenskins.
Lord of the Black Tower.
What's the problem with Slan? Kind of looking forward to trying them. Slan don't have really any meaningful spells to cast. All of their spells are pretty bland and generic, and they don't really present much. The other thing is that... So here's the problem. You could bring a Slan into battle. First of all, you need a tier 4 settlement in order to get them, to unlock them in the first place. Okay? Second of all, Slan don't get any kind of mount, and their lore of magic is not particularly good, like the unique lore that they get. Conversely, you could just take a Saurus Oldblood, put him on a Carnosaur at level 15, and then you've got a monstrous lord who's a fantastic melee lord, right? And then on top of that, you can then take a Skink Priest, who is either dedicated to heavens or beasts, which I prefer heavens, and having the whole heavens tree is actually stronger than what the Slan has as a selection of spells. And furthermore, you can put that Skink Priest on a Pterodon if you want them for mobility to be able to cast spells anywhere on the map, or you can put them on a Stag, an Ancient Stag, and then you have a Skink Priest who's casting all this great amazing magic on an Ancient Stegodon, who's then just as good in melee as your Saurus Oldblood is. So granted, you're losing 2 spots in the army, but you're gaining so much more by having those extra 2 dinosaurs, and by having them. Plus, you have to remember that putting them on mounts means that you're basically modifying the mount's profile as well. I mean, if you think about it, an Ancient Stegodon is already an amazing unit as it is. It's very tanky, very high health, very high leadership, very strong bonus against infantry. Just a wrecking ball in melee, right? Combine that with the fact that you can now give it items as well. Okay? You can give it items, you can give it more bonus against infantry, you can give it ward saves, you can give it more spells, you can give it flaming attacks, whatever. You can give it all kinds of shit. On top of that, you also have a master wizard in the form of a skink. Why would you not? You know what I'm saying?
Cold-blooded killers.
Does the Saurus Carno mount rampage or rampage less? They do rampage.
Malekith.
I'm not sure Old Bloods rampage, but Scarvets do. So use Krokar? Yeah. Krokar is a lot better. Krokar is a bit more boring, because he kind of starts in the corner of the world, and really, like, diplomacy and shit doesn't actually matter to him.
Dark shards.
But Mazdamundi is not very good. He's really a multiplayer lord. Are there any changes you make to greenskins to make them more interesting in play, or are they a lost cause? They're definitely not a lost cause. There are a number of things that can be made, that can be changed to greenskins that can make them playable. The problem is that is a lot of work to do, and I don't expect to get that without some serious dedication on greenskins. It's not like Bretonia, where Bretonia is getting an update. Greenskins need a goddamn complete faction overhaul change. There's a lot of core issues with greenskins that need to be addressed. For example, part of their roster. Their roster is really good for multiplayer because goblins are not a bad unit in multiplayer. They serve their purpose really well. In campaign, though, goblins are fucking garbage, and they're a waste of a slot, and aren't worth their upkeep at all. Furthermore, greenskin technology is literally the worst thing in the entire game, and they might as well almost not even have a technology tree because of how atrocious it is. I'm not even exaggerating. There's literally like 4 techs in that entire tree that are actually worth getting. Everything else is just a means to an end. That you're like, okay, well, I have to pick this up because. Furthermore, greenskins somehow have worse replenishment than elves. I want you to explain that to me. A faction that is quickly dying, that is dying out and constantly murdering itself, is actually getting more people to join its ranks and its roster than a faction that is known for literally breeding from funguses. So, greenskins need to have an increased replenishment for sure, and honestly, I think that the replenishment should be capped at all times on units like goblins in order to make goblins actually worth playing. Goblins should recover at least 50% of their unit at the end of every battle. Otherwise, they're just not useful. There's no reason to use them. They break very quickly. They have spears, or they're technically a spear infantry that have no bonus against large at all, because goblins are so fucking short that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they have spears, because their spears are basically the size of short swords.
No survivors.
What if gobos were free? Free goblins still, I don't think, would change things. I think free goblins would still be kind of bad. It'd be better. It'd be better. The free goblins are still kind of shit. I agree, Skipfu. What if they paid you to take goblins? Now we're talking. Now we're getting economy. Now we're talking. But otherwise, yeah, I don't know about all that shit. So those are a couple key changes that I would see, that I could see being made that would make them better. But and on top of that, you would also have to just kind of change like several lords' identities. Like Grimgor needs like a really large overhaul. Azhag needs to have access to Lore of Death immediately and just get buffed Lore of Death when he gets the crown. Skarsnik needs to have actual real flavor. What's his name? Wurzag is actually not bad. Wurzag is actually kind of where they should be anyway. Like, all the greenskin lords should be kind of close to what Wurzag does for Savage Orcs. Wurzag's only real problem right now is the fact that he's A, a greenskin, and B, his garrisons appear to be bugged. Assuming there isn't a mod that fixes all these things. I mean, but that still doesn't address the fact that CA needs to change this. Like, this is something that CA need to fix. Like, could a mod fix these things? Sure, but a mod could also give you god powers and make it so that you can't lose the game. You know, this is something, speaking from a vanilla CA directed approach, these are things that CA needs to do. As greenskin economy, does it need fixing too? Yeah, greenskin economy is garbage. Greenskin economy doesn't make any money because they don't A, sack very rich lands, and B, even if they do, there are other factions like Chaos, like Beastmen, like Dark Elves even to a certain degree, like Norska, that all do sacking way better than them. Sacking and raising way better than greenskins. And on top of that, Norska, for whatever reason, can actually trade. I don't know why crazy Norskins who worship chaos gods can trade and greenskins just can't. Why can Norskins trade and they can't? Why can either one of them trade? We should make it so both of them go. Kind of bummed me on playing this land. Looking forward to playing them. Hey man, hopefully, this patch, Slan are gonna get reworked. I hope. Playing Ikit or Tenuan first? Nerfy, I want you to think really hard about that. All right? I want you to think really hard. Really hard. Joke is Nerfy knows. He's just asking. I think Tiny 1 is lame. That's okay.
Bow before Malekith.
I mean, I knew from the get-go that this is who we were gonna get.
Shackle them.
I had a bug as greenskins where my Wa was at war with me. He kept sieging my town and I couldn't retaliate. Yep, sounds about right. That does not surprise me.
King of the Druki.
This will fail.
King of the
No.
Dookie.
Lord of Nagaroth.
My visions predict failure.
I'm downloading this game. I think I'm going to try Tomb Kings tonight. Travis, why are you downloading this? Did you delete this off your computer?
King of the Druki.
Not only breath that they'll fix land,
Overlord.
neither am I.
Chosen of Cain.
We can hope. Ah, okay. Well, Travis, you first started like hosting me and showing up during Tomb King, during when I was playing Tomb King, so that should give you some quick tips if you remember anything of those days, long past. Didn't know anything about the game then. What's changed? We got him. We fucking got him, boys. Yeah, we talked about this. Well, here, this is... Yeah. Did you do a TK guide yet? No. Which race is my favorite? Vampire Counts. Followed very closely by Lizardmen. No, but I'll do Tomb Kings, I think, in probably a couple of days. Travis, sincerely, though, I hope you enjoy disposable armies, because that's what you're going to get with Tomb Kings. A lot. Very disposable armies. I don't feel like you're going to like Tomb Kings. That's just my gut instinct, because I know you well enough, I think. I want you to like them. I want you to play this goddamn game. How's the VC versus Lizard matchup go? How much magic do Vampire Counts have access to? If you got access to a lot of magic, it's not as bad. But it's still kind of painful. It depends on how many monsters that Lizardmen bring. If Lizardmen bring a lot of monsters, Tomb King or vampire counts don't really have a whole lot of options for killing them. They just kind of like mosh pit and shit. But if vampire counts have good magic, if they have good magic and they don't have to fight a lot of monsters, they can beat lizardmen. But otherwise, lizardmen just kind of like beat the shit out of them.
Dark shards.
What about Tomb Kings? Nothing, Asterion. Nothing. Nothing at all. We don't know what you're talking about here. Moon 2 Spy.
Dark shards. Bolt throwers. Dark elves.
Why was Curse of the Vampire Coast so much more money than the upcoming DLC? Because Curse of the Vampire Coast was a standalone faction. This DLC is just adding to the base factions. That's like this every time. Every Lord pack is always cheaper. Hey, Tomb Kings? I don't know what you're talking about.
My blade hungers.
What about Saurus No Shield versus Graveyard? I don't really think that changes anything besides... I mean, the shields have less melee defense, but... I mean, the problem is that Saurus are still really high health, and they still hit like a truck.
We understand. Without question. Advance.
Ultimately, though, if I had to pick either Lizardmen or Vampire Counts, Lizardmen would beat Vampire Counts. That's just because Lizardmen just has a core of that kind of playstyle. Lizardmen have a ton of quality into their armies. But a 20-stack Lizardmen army versus a 20-stack Vampire Count army don't really match up with what you would see on tabletop, which is where these factions were designed in the first place. Always flavored lizards? I mean, I don't necessarily think that that's true. Skip move. If Saurus had armor-piercing damage, would they be too strong? Saurus do have armor-piercing damage. Saurus have higher armor-piercing damage than some armor-piercing damage flagged units.
Battle ready. On to slaughter.
You gotta remember, in campaign, fully buffed out Saurus warriors get somewhere up near 73 melee attack, and about 30 of that is armor-piercing damage.
Great spears.
Compare that with, like, say, Thunderers. I don't think so, Travis. No. You just have to prove in your Steam account that it was there. The game doesn't give them armor-piercing tag. Yeah, but if you look at it and you compare their damage compared with other things, then you'll see that their armor-piercing damage is actually greater than units that do have the armor-piercing trait. But do red-crested skinks have more AP than Saurus? That's a good question. I guess we're going to find out tomorrow, boys.
Dark shards.
Merciless warriors. Death is coming. Eager for battle.
They have an absurd amount of armor-piercing damage. What time is the tournament? 4 p.m. British time, I think. I don't know. I'm an American. TK still have Crazy Rebellions? Yes, they do. So, Travis, quick tip. Don't ever let TK rebel. Ever. Don't let them ever rebel. Will I win the tournament? I am going to win that tournament so hard by not being in it and not even being able to watch it since I'll be at work. What time is the tournament? All right. Why don't I go ahead and look at this? 4 p.m. British Standard Time. 8 a.m. Pacific. 12 p.m. Eastern. So how good are the pro players? I don't know. I don't know any of them. They're good enough to be considered. Well, I mean, they're not even like you can't even call them pros because there is no professional about it. It's just dudes who like to play the game a lot. There's no money involved. Like the Ever Chosen tournament doesn't have like a tourney prize in it whatsoever.
Yeah.
So professional is kind of like a misnomer since there is no profession to be. It does? How much? Like $1,000? Klingon and Sparta, think of the follow, man.
My power grows.
Feel the power.
Yeah, it'd be the best of the best, but I mean, it'll be the best of the people who play Warhammer multiplayer amongst themselves. Dudes who like to play it, yeah, but I don't like to play multiplayer, so I don't really fall in that category.
A black-hearted
Asphone was $750 first place. All right, so there you go. If you're a pro for $750, there you go. You have to overcast this, right? No, it's just now. Never mind. Never mind.
Only the weak fear the cold.
No comments, get food.
Malekith, King of Nagaroth.
You're a pro in my heart. Well, thank you. Does your heart pay bills? Because if so, thank you.
Why are you here?
I'm very happy to be the pro of your heart. Is it possible to get rid of the vampire corruption in Kalita's starting region? No. But it is possible to make it as minimal as it can be by pumping as much untainted in there as you possibly can. Yes, tournament is 8 a.m. West Coast, 12 p.m. Eastern. Now grab late night food before I start Tomb Kings. All right, Travis, I'll be right here. I will be right here in the wings for you, man.
My visions predict failure. What is
This is gonna be an
this
all-shade army
foolishness?
again because that's the only unit they really can recruit.
King of Nagaroth.
Although the look of it, because I have it at 7%, it looks the same as 75%. You mean it's trending towards 75%?
The Druchi are malicious and cruel. Speak carefully.
Because if you look at, like, Nagrund, you can see local populace, right? Local populace is something that you can't ever change. Local populace is just something that is always going to modify that region no matter what. My understanding is that Nagrund has Chaos Corruption because of how, like, attuned Dark Elves are to worshipping Slanesh. But anyways, this Chaos Corruption from local populace, I will never be able to get rid of. Purge the locals? I wish. Does not work like that, unfortunately. Oh, the look of the vampire corruption? No, it's always going to look like that. It is always going to look like that.
Cease your provocations.
That's just the way the map works.
Master of cruelty, welcome. Speak, if you would.
Merciless.
The problem is attacking Hag Reef early is kind of a problem. Because we don't really have any heavy weapons to break the siege. Something I never understood is how the diplomacy and control of your empire is so limited. By what do you mean? I honestly need this to be tier 3 so we can get bolt throwers. If we get 4 bolt throwers total, then we'll be alright. Ever played Stellaris? I have. The thing is, so if I understand it correctly, you're comparing Paradox games, so EU4, Victoria, Stellaris, and their diplomacy system with that of Total War. The problem with that is that the games are two very, very different games because they have different focuses. Stellaris and EU4 give you a better idea of what it's like to control an empire, whereas Total War focuses more on the actual combat itself. So because of that, I don't think we're ever going to get Total War's diplomacy to be anywhere close to what Stellaris's is, or Stellaris or EU4 or anything like that. However, if you've seen what they've done showing off Three Kingdoms so far, it does look like Three Kingdoms is going to have a lot more diplomacy overhauls that people have been looking for in the Total War series for a long time now. Is it going to be perfect? No. And like I said, I'm also not sure that we're ever going to get to the state where people are going to be really happy with the way that it works. Where's the How to Play Tomb Kings? Haven't got to them yet, Darth.
Who seeks the mistress of heart?
If we stop talking about Tomb Kings, though, Asterion Molo is going to get a fucking boner that won't leave him
What plight
for
do you
the next
bring
24
before the
hours.
Black Court?
Actually going to do them? Yeah, why not? Just because I don't like playing Tomb Kings doesn't mean that I can't tell you how to play them or talk about their generalized playstyle. It is definitely limited, for sure. But at the same time, I'm not really sure what else we could get. There's a lot of things. The problem with making the diplomacy better, and from CA's perspective, is the fact that they have to do a lot with like the spaghetti code. We're talking about an engine that is not really evolved. Like its coding has remained relatively the same for a number of years now. Hi for the DLC. Hell yeah, I am. Hell yeah. DK passed for a few hours. Yeah, pretty much. Past turn for a few hours. Kinda. Oh, yeah. Thank you for the follow. Which engine is this built on? Pretty sure it's still the old Empire engine. Don't know for sure. What you looking more forward to, the Skaven and Lizardman updates to the next DLC? Honestly, I'm actually kind of torn between them because as much as I do love and adore Lizardman, I think that a lot of the things that Skaven are getting are more needed for them as a faction. So I'm actually kind of excited to play both factions at some point. I'll probably do a Tinny1 playthrough first, and then a Naked Claw playthrough, and then the Bretonia update. Or, depends on what the other Lizardman Lord. If the other Lizardman Lord is way cooler than Tinny1, then I might play him instead. We just gotta wait and find out.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for the follow. Oh, you know what? We can actually tear one of these down. Will you play Luan? I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know until we get closer. My default lord is to play the Fae because I think the Fae is overall the best start. But that depends on if they change chivalry at all and how it's farmed, and how the new Vow system is going to work. Shut up, Baller Priest. There a Bretonia update? Yes, there will be. We don't know a whole lot of details about it. They did mention something about a Confederation dilemma system, though.
Choose your words carefully. I most certainly will.
I think Skavenblight's going to be a pretty dope place to be. Skavenblight's going to be really interesting. I know everyone hates the Ocean Man, but I never see anyone talk about Louis. I mean, what do you want people to talk about Luan for? Have I looked at any of the War of Spark of spoilers? Yes, I have. In fact, I was up to date as to up to last night. I haven't looked today yet, but I will later on. I mean, I never see anyone say he's good or bad. Luan's incredibly good. It's his starting position that's not that great. I say his starting position is not great, with the idea that you have to remember that Luan does not really afford the ability to farm chivalry like the Fae can, or like Alberic can. And furthermore, you get Marienburg early, so it's not really making the money that you want Marienburg to be making. And furthermore, it puts a giant-ass target on your back for all of Norsca to come sail in. It'll be a hard starting point. If you're talking about Skavenblight, yeah, Skavenblight's probably going to be a little rough. But, I think it'll be good. How many more turns is this? We might still be able to hit at Grief in time. Tez is going to break the format. You also think Clash of the Clash of Clans or whatever is also a good card, so I don't know. I don't know about you. Can't Louis Seeds Marienburg turn 1? Is it a hard fight? It can be if you don't know what you're doing.
Your
But he can siege at
timing
turn
is
1, yes.
poor.
Yeah, you can. You can get to it with turn 1. It's hard to do, but you can do it. You have to get his movement to do it. Do you know where the new Lizardman's starting? He's starting somewhere on the southern coast on Vortex near the Citadel of Dusk. And he's starting in Schlanzupek on Mortal Empires. I'll show you his location here in a second. It's right next to Vampire Coast. So he's going to have a hell of a start. Surrounded by dead things and lizards. Or dead things and Skaven. Is it Khalida that has the hardest early capital fight? Yes. Only because there aren't that many factions that can fight capitals turn 1, turn 2, turn 4, whatever. I mean, Drakenhof isn't nearly as hard. But Vlad is also given the tools to deal with Drakenhof. The new Lisbon Lord will be starting right here. I think that's it. There's the Awakening. Maybe it's Zutek. Oh, no, there's Land Zupek. Leithanar isn't great. IDK? Wait, what? I'm confused. When are we talking about Leithanar? How you do it as Kalita? Ask Ned. Ned knows the answer. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the Ernessa fight. That's a good one. That's a good point, too.
But I'm sure your little message will...
Why are you here? What web do you spin?
Would you really go for Quintex early as Master Monday? I guess. Yeah. That's here. So what we're waiting for is the bolt throwers. If you're wondering why we keep passing turn and waiting, we're waiting for bolt throwers. So we need to crack Hagrief, but Hagrief is a really bloody fight with a full stack and walls. We need bolt throwers, and we need to bait out her if we can. That's going to be kind of hard to do. Might recruit a second lord and bait her up. Can they assault armies? Not currently, no. Heroes can, yes. But I need a Cainite assassin to do so. I do not have one. I cannot recruit one until I get the Cult of Cain. Sorry, Baller Priest. Good night, Baller Priest. Text me tomorrow, okay? Can't you attack Black Crag and Karasik Crag early too? As who? Beastman just sack that and not raise it? What the hell? It's just me or Vortex, or is ME much better than Vortex? Well, that's usually why I only play on ME. Doesn't Leithanar hit a defended capital fairly on? Yeah, but that capital doesn't have a unit garrison. Whereas all the other examples of fighting capitals early, they all dealt with specialized garrison. But Ancient City of Quintex does not have a specialized garrison. We're going to try to hit this up because she's over here. We're going to see if we can...
King of Nagaroth.
We're going to see if we can ambush into Hagrief.
King of the Truki.
She's right there.
Death awaits them.
Can't Dowie underway to Black Crag in like 3 or 4 turns? I mean, yes, but why? That's going to be a hell of a fight. Especially because Grimgor tends to sit in this capital. I don't know why you try to take out Black Crag early. I mean, I know why you would want to. Where's Quintex? Ancient City of Quintex is right... Hang on. Let me get my bearings right here. Leithanar starts right here. No, he starts here. Sorry. Yeah, he starts here. So he can technically make it to Ancient City pretty quickly, but she doesn't get a specialized garrison like the other examples were. We're gonna see if she backtracks. We are gonna take Hag Grief though. Hag Grief is way too critical to not take. Yeah, Quintex doesn't get a unique garrison. It's just a Dark Elf garrison. Which is why if you're playing Morathi, you need to rush a garrison as quickly as possible. Cool, our ambush worked, so we're gonna go take Hag Grief now. I will show you now why Hag Grief is such an important place to take as early as possible for Dark Elves. After we fight a shitty battle with it, because we don't have any siege equipment. And also there's going to be a lot of chaos corruption here as well.
Bow before the Witch King.
Remember, this isn't educational, so for those of you who are new to Warhammer 2, or curious, or whatever else, feel free to speak up. I am trying to teach y'all. Know what I'm saying? So, this kind of sucks. It's not that accurate, but it is going to be a pain in the ass. Does AI Empire still start with all of Reichland conquered? Yes, it does. Mostly because Empire could not survive without having all of Reichland. That is incorrect, Asturian. Hey, nerd. The AI has to start with all of Reichland because they were literally dying before they ever confederated it. Is this Total War pretty much the first one and then some? No, there have been several, like, actually a lot of Total Wars other than this. Is there a richest faction in the game? There are several that are close to each other, but I'd say probably dwarves. Dwarves make an absurd amount of money. I mean, the Warhammer franchise. No, this is Warhammer 2. Oh, is this the first one and then some? Yes, Mortal Empires is basically the first Warhammer plus Warhammer 2. It is a combination of High Elves are incredibly rich too, but I still think dwarves overall, because High Elves require trade to make them incredibly wealthy.
Cold-blooded killers. Bolt throwers.
The true king.
They do get trade, but they're not self-sufficient. They're not as self-sufficient as dwarves are. Dwarves are pretty goddamn self-sufficient.
Following orders.
Which is all I was trying to say about that.
I crave battle. Giveth.
Dark shards. Dark elves. Orders understood.
All shall die.
Going. Dark shards. On to slaughter. On to slaughter.
Sorceress of Grund!
The merciless host. Advancing. Dark elves.
What does a basic build look like for a high elf army? At what point in the game are we talking about? Are we talking about late game, early game, mid game?
Dark Shards. We are ready. Hack, cut.
Who do you think the easiest Chaos Lord to start with is? That would be Sigvald.
Bloody murder.
Sigvald because he gets insane growth, and that insane growth allows him to recruit Chosen earlier than anyone else.
Merciless warriors.
Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Why don't we just climb the walls?
Orders understood.
Do you play multiplayer? No.
Dealers in
When
death.
CA comes out with an MMR system and a couple of other changes to the multiplayer system, then I will play multiplayer.
True key.
But basically, the way Total War is set up, cheese is virtually impossible to avoid without playing on a very strict group of friends.
Fight Drakira.
I mean, let's face it. When you're playing it, what is to stop somebody from draw kiting you? Or what is to stop somebody from just cycle charging the fuck out of you with a dragon? That dragon can have less than 1,000 health, but it doesn't matter because of the impact and because of the terror.
Suffering for all.
Oh, the initial question was pointed more towards multiplayer. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I can't help you too much there.
Malekith, forward!
Dark Elves. With pleasure.
Dark Shards. Carnage awaits. Going.
That being said, like I said earlier, I do think that CA knows the sad state of multiplayer and they want to change it. They just don't really know how to change it. So until that changes, then I'm going to stick to campaign.
Dread spears. Dealers in death. Forward. Make them bleed. Dark shards. Slash. Kill.
Eager for battle. Moving out.
Dark elves. Without question.
I'm tired of this.
I sense the Red spears. Die, weaklings.
Dark Shards.
In my mind, multiplayer
Dread
is something that
spears.
came about because single player was so goddamn fun and because they already gave control of two factions to players anyway. So, or rather, they already put basically what a player would play in the hands of an AI, so why not put it in the hands of another player as well? The problem is that the way the game is designed and built, it's not actually really feasible to play and be like fair.
Understood.
I lust for
And that's the
slaughter.
main thing about like playing any kind of competitive game, a competitive game has got to remain fair for both players at all times. The main point of a competitive game is so that the playing field is even enough that the player is the only one who can really change that in any favor. And multiplayer does not really fit that bill right now.
Time to go! Nagarothi! Murder awaits! Onward!
This is madness! Dread spears!
I think the fastest way to change to help make multiplayer actually be feasible is blind pick. If blind pick was the thing and it forced you to play more balanced comps, it would at least be fair. Would you still get shit on every once in a while because you played a completely different or the wrong faction or played the wrong build? For sure. But blind picking should definitely be the case.
I crave battle. Spreading misery.
Although you'll get shit on, at least it'll be fair.
Dark shards! Hydra Kira! Blood will flow!
Massacre them!
The merciless host! Death is coming!
Nope, that's the problem. Without blind picking, the game really doesn't play very well. Yeah, if you want to play with friends, there's nothing wrong with playing with friends in multiplayer. But I'm talking about ladder climbing, which I think is what most people talk about when they say multiplayer, is ladder climbing. If you want to just play with friends, like, fucking knock yourselves out, kids. Play whatever the fuck you want. Who cares? You know, if it's among friends, you can play whatever you want. Right. What ladder? All right. Good point, Nerfy. All right. All right. I guess that's a good point. If you wanted to climb a theoretical ladder with a theoretical
Also kneel
elo,
before me.
I want to loot and occupy this, but we're going to get rebellions like crazy, so I'm not going to.
This place.
Yeah, if you got friends, like, fucking play with friends, yo. No reason not to. I think we want Blade Wind. Go pick up Blade Wind now.
A bloodthirsty fiend.
What nonsense is
All right, now. Remember where I said Hag Reef was going to be really important? This is where. So Hag Reef is a tier 1 landmark, automatically gives you an extra 360 gold income per turn, and gives you about, 2 tier 2 resource buildings in the form of iron and marble. You're like, that's pretty cool. Except it goes up to tier 5. Or tier 4, I mean. Where you generate 1,200 income, which is, by the way, more than gold mines. 96 iron ingots, 96 marble, both of which I think is equal to 2 and a little extra full resource buildings. And then upkeep, recruit rank, and for cold one knights and shit. Everything that has cold ones. Dark Crag is absurdly good. Hag Reef makes a ridiculous amount of cash. This is one of the best landmark buildings in the entire game. So, as Dark Elves, because it's in your territory, you want to get this shit as fast as you can possibly get. So, that is what we are going to do here. You get Malekith's melee skills or only get Blade Wind. Blade Wind is a spell. And I'm only going to get Blade Wind the spell. Aren't cold ones bad? Yeah, they are. That doesn't mean that the building itself isn't amazing. We still throw in those buffs because it does technically make them better. I think we're gonna get Cap. What's the best? Ancient City, Black Pyramid, or Val's Anvil? Of those three, Nerfy, or what?
Merciless.
Who are good trade partners for Dark Elves? Vampire counts? Pretty much anyone you actually can trade with. In general, I don't really think that saying any one faction or any one landmark building is the best, but there's some of the best. Hagreef is one of the best. Val's Anvil is really, really strong, but you also have to have a ton. Black Pyramid is good for vampire counts, but it's not so good for other factions. Vampire Coast, I think. Although, did they ever fix Vampire Coast getting it?
Hell, don't waste my time with...
Hagreef is also really good simply because it allows you to build that landmark building like right off the bat. It's not like one of those things that's locked behind tier 4, tier 5. Because there are strong landmark buildings, but they're also locked behind when you can actually build them. Whereas Hagreef gives you that bonus pretty much right off the bat. It gets better, but its main bonus is automatically unlocked at tier 1. So as long as you have a slot to put it in, pretty goddamn good. Isn't Nagaron next to the Sorcerer's Landmark settlement? Yes, but said Sorcerer's Landmark is not particularly good. It's basically a White Tower of Hoeth, except with a focus on sorceresses and not sorceresses and like Blackguard. His White Tower also buffs Swordmasters. Declare war. Non-aggression. Do I want a non-aggression with you? I don't think so. The reason being is that I expect him to betray me anyway, and I expect him to be a pain in the ass.
In Nagaroth, the weak perish.
King of the Truth.
Okay, so we want to go ahead and upgrade this side. So Altar of Darkness, we probably want to get you first. We are still expecting Hmong to declare war on us at any time. They, of course, do have a greater power projection, and they are already at war with Harganeath, and they hate us. So we're always expecting that front to open up at any time. Things will get pretty shitty if they open up soon.
My cruelty knows no limits.
Foolish request.
I expect both, Ned. I mean, raiding my own territory is basically betraying me. Oh, I'll kill him. That's why I declined the non-aggression pack.
Do not vex us further.
I expect them to stab me in the back somehow. Either just raiding my territory or not. It doesn't, one way or another. They're going to be assholes. They are not somebody that we can be friends with.
Do go on. This will be most ill-considered.
We need Harganeath to
Mother
get
of
a trade route with us. They're still at war with Grond, and they haven't done anything with it. It's kind of weird.
Before your true master.
We are going to have to babysit Hagreef, though. I'm going to go get some water. I'll be right back. Really, Confederate, you same race, right? Yeah. Correct, you can only confederate your own race. Be right back.
Your destruction will bring me untold pleasure.
Is it a smart idea to take Grond early before Harkness can take it? Goldmine plus Hagrief always seems to be a good start for me. The problem is reaching it before Hagrief can get it. I mean, I'm sorry, before Hellebron can get it. That's kind of the issue. Because if you've played as Hellebron, you know that they tend to turtle with an army in there, and then you don't have access to siege equipment, like actual siege equipment. You also don't have a full army either. So if you can somehow get there, and you can somehow get there with a decent army, and you can also get there, you know, without taking serious losses, because you're pretty much going to get a rebellion no matter what at Nagarund for the first couple of, like, the first 30 turns or so. Like, we're expecting to still get another rebellion there at some point. So you're going to get a rebellion because you're still at war with the rats. So if you go and fight Grond and take this, you're not completing the settlement here. So this is going to rebel like crazy. And then you also have to try to defend this from its inevitable rebellions, and have to defend Nagrund, and the fact that you don't control your starting settlement, and you're still at war with Hagrief as well. And that's hoping that Mung doesn't declare war on you at some point, and that's hoping that Beastmen don't show up and start beating the shit out of you for no real reason. I think there are way too many ifs that are included in can you take Grond first.
I am the Witch King. Destroy them. By Cain.
Elbron's best Warhammer girl? If you like them like that, sure.
Bring me their skins.
Bring me their skins. And alright, nerd. Who do you think has the best starting units? Define your sentence. Sort of pick. As in, what lord starts off with the best early game units? What faction starts off with the best easily accessible units? I need some more qualifiers in there. The units that each LL starts the game with. Probably Luan. Luan starts with a dope-ass army. Luan starts with, I think, the best starting army in the entire game. Whoops. Vlad does have some good shit too. But I think that Luan starts out better than Vlad. Vlad's close though. Vlad is kind of close. Now that you mention him, Vlad's up there. But Luan's starting army is almost like a mid-game army to start off with. That's how good it is. He gets Grail Knights. He gets Knights of the Realm. He gets 2 units of Pegasus Knights. He gets 2 Trebuchets. Yeah, I think it's like 2 units of Knights of the Realm, 2 units of Pegasus Knights, 2 Trebuchets, something else, I think. And he starts off with a mage as well. Lord of Heavens. So he's got a lot of shit going for him.
My power is yours.
Dealers of death. Moving out.
The Grail Knights, I think, is specifically for the Fae. Does get screwed over by Norska. I mean, literally, if he didn't for a little while, they changed his starting army so that he lost half of those units, and everybody bitched about it so much that they changed it back. Because for a little while, Luan was basically hosed by not starting with such a strong army. He has to start with a strong army like that, because otherwise he gets screwed pretty easily. He can't take a couple of those early game fights, and then he has no military in order to like stop people from hurting him. So for example, the Greenskins are just going to underway against him and start, you know, raiding him and all that stuff. You really can't do anything about that. And then you're also going to have the Norskins start to sail down and screwing with him. You have the Greenskin incursions. You have Marienburger still at war with. Are there any spells worth beelining as Alariel, or is it better to upgrade your sisters and archers ASAP? I think it's better just to upgrade your archers. Alariel already starts with Awakening in the Wood and Earthblood. I think that's more than enough. Doesn't die right away. Luan's never died right away. He's had jittery starts where he doesn't really do much, but Luan I don't think has ever really died immediately. How good is Karon's garrison? Pretty good. Pretty good.
By Drakira! Following orders. Battle ready.
We are ready.
We understand. Understood.
Lara doesn't have Awakening? What's her DPS spell then? She has some kind of DPS spell, right?
Annihilate them!
Sorceress of Grond. Oriol Sarius.
Missiles, take cover.
Maybe I shouldn't have moved that over so far. That's okay.
Dark shards. Advancing.
Malekith!
On which lords do you rush magic?
Hear my words!
That's kind of complicated. Ask me again in like
Dark shards.
a few seconds.
Bloody murder.
Ask me when I'm not losing.
Forward! Kill them! Merciless warriors! No mercy!
Be merciless. Outcry and aha.
Dark shards. Slay them.
brave battle!
Bolt throwers! End them! We are ready! Slash! Kill!
Dark shards! Glorious destruction!
Okay, how have we not destroyed them?
I lust for slaughter!
Dread spears! By Drakira!
Dark shards! Slay them!
Battle ready! By Cain!
Narrow then!
Nagarothi!
Slaughter them!
The merciless host!
Druki! Forward! Slap! Kill!
Dread spears! Massacre them!
Dark shards! Slaughter them!
Sister of the Dark Convent!
Dread spears!
Dark shards! Back! Blood will flow!
I'm a little worried about this, actually.
Bolt throwers! Die, weaklings!
Well, it's getting a little low.
Pull back! Dark shards! Attack!
Chariots!
Eager for battle! Slay them!
Only a fool stays. Dread spears!
Fear me!
The merciless host!
Advance, Druki!
Sorceress! At once!
Time to go!
Slaughter them!
That's a problem.
Hack! Cut!
Malekith!
Dealers in death! Slaughter them!
Blood will flow!
There we go. All right. That was rough. Okay. On which LLs do you rush magic? Anyone that early game magic is going to be crucial to victory. So that'll be like Skrulk, Vampire Coast, Noctilus, Wurzag. I'm sure I'm missing a couple others in there.
Victory!
But those are the ones that I would for sure do. As to Monday, nah, Mazzy's skill tree sucks. Dibbleguard don't seem much better than Saurus, am I wrong? No, Templeguard are not much better, no. They are better, but not by a whole lot. Think about trying Luon, but when I play Empire's team and get cucked by Wolfrix, I figured it'd be best to get tips before starting. I mean, that's basically what you're going to be dealing with. No DPS at the start. Okay. I couldn't remember what she had. I thought maybe she gets Awakening in the Wood later. I don't remember. It's been a while since I played Alario. But yeah, Vampire Counts is definitely somebody. Because Vampire Counts definitely need Invocation to hack.
Yeah.
Here's the follow. Do you think Bastillodon healers would be better if it was a passive aura heal instead of an ability? No. Because their heals are still quite good. Their heal is the only other thing besides Invocation and Heck that can resurrect dead units. That's pretty fucking huge.
Swell my coffers.
Well, and to get those two spells that Master Muddy have access to, takes you a long ass time. Doesn't get that shit till what, like Level 20-ish or so? Level 19? Honestly, when it comes to Lizardmen, I'd still pack Bastiladons no matter what. With the Revivification Crystal. Bastiladon Revivification Crystal is an incredibly powerful item. Or, I'm sorry, an incredibly powerful unit. You just gotta use it. That's the problem. People get lost in the fact that you actually have to use it in order for it to be amazing. But I think every Lizardman army should have two. Late game army should have two. Are there any other questions I missed in that? What if they still raise dead units? Well, then a passive aura that raised dead units would be broken as fuck.
Cease your provocations.
And then, of course, if that was the case, yeah, sure, why wouldn't you want a passive aura that raised dead units? But where would be the weakness of that? Unless that aura is like 10 meters. If you were a sandwich, what would you be? That is a good question. You guys know Jimmy John's? You got a sandwich in there called a gargantuan. Probably that. Because it's fat as fuck. Hi, Kentar. It heals slower? I mean... But it's still a passive aura. Which still makes it broken as shit. Because there's no real drawback to that, even if it heals slower. That'd be a foot long.
Or very foolish.
Take that any way you want. Don't we have a non-aggression pact with you guys? I'm pretty sure we have a non-aggression pact with you guys. Pretty sure we have a non-aggression pact with you. I'm pretty sure we had a non-aggression pact with them. Pretty sure we had a non-aggression. Like the number 9 with hot peppers? I haven't been there for a while myself. It seems like we had a non-aggression pact with them. And it's almost as if we finished our last war with a faction.
I have never been much of a diplomat.
Suddenly everybody wants to declare war. Yeah, I knew this was coming. Here's where the campaign gets hard. Campaign gets hard because we need Malekith like 4 places, and we can't be at all 4 of those places.
The Witch King.
No.
Is he really gonna march down here by himself? The brave bastard.
Heir of an Aryan.
Good news though is we can start upgrading.
King Malekith.
Well, that answers that question. Hot dogs versus brats. Is that really a question right now? Who the fuck would take a hot dog over a bratwurst? Come on, man.
Do not vex
Be real
us
with me for a
further.
minute. Who the fuck is eating a hot dog over a bratwurst? The only other acceptable answer here is neither, because I don't like either one. A death hag? I don't want death hag. Get a death hag. I feel like I killed Skrulk with so many of my lords, over half of them have his trait. Sounds about right.
The Druki are restless.
Yes, Travis. Brats versus burgers. That's a much harder question.
My cruelty knows no limits.
Probably a burger.
You stand before the supreme ruler of Nagaroth.
You agree with the Cetra thing. I need you to be more specific. Oh, I didn't realize you were talking earlier than that. What TK should you think I should play, or maybe give me 2 options? It should be Cetra. Cetra. Talking beer brats or grilled brats? Does it matter? We're still comparing them to hot dogs. No Sisters of Slaughter? Nope, they're expensive. Cetra is definitely the easiest TK to play. Do not, for the love of God, Travis, allow a Tomb King Rebellion to happen. Do not allow a Tomb King Rebellion to happen. You will hate your life. You'll get mad, and then you'll never play it again. Cetra is the easiest Tomb King, yeah, for sure. What? He's running away? What is this shit? The Skink Lord, I believe you have to eat a lemon now. How's campaign going? Wait, what? No, I never said that shit. I was calling Tennywan from a long-ass time ago, Shuda. You're on drugs, dude. We talked about it? Yes, I have. At the very beginning of the stream.
The people are displeased.
Malekith, King of Nagaroth, King of the Druki.
King of the Dookie.
The people grow restless.
What do you think about them making Croak a hero? I think it's honestly probably the best way to implement him in the game. The reason being is because he, I hope, is going to be broken as shit, and therefore making him a hero allows him to be broken as shit because you don't have to worry about balance now. You don't have to worry about balance.
Blood Queen.
Life's great.
Who seeks the mistress of Harganeth?
Cease your provocations.
Dread King.
Guess we gotta wait for Mung.
Witch King.
I kind of want to have Warlock and or Doomfire Warlocks before we keep going.
Death awaits them.
Yeah, the whole roster, the whole Lizardman new roster looks pretty goddamn good. Are there any penalties for calling out the Green Knight? He has charges. Why don't you have to balance? You don't have to balance him because you don't have to worry about him as a lord. You just make him locked behind a quest chain, and then you make him super, super strong, but by the time that you can get him, it's turned like 80 or 90 or 100. So by that point, people are getting Doom stacks anyway, and you've already made it that far in the game anyway. Why not have the chance to have a super powerful mage? So, but if he was the starting lord, then you'd have to make him balanced for the early game, or else he'd just be face rolly powerful. You have to remember that in lore, Croak basically detonated cities in his spare time. That's how much magical power Croak has. So the hope is that Croak is going to have a lot of that same power brought in as a hero. But of course, you can't really do that for him as a lord. If he could have that much energy, you'd have to lock it behind things for a long ass time, and then you have to figure out how Croak is going to play early game so that he could eventually become that nuking master later on.
My revenge is at hand.
I think we need Croak is the Death Star. Yeah, sure, kind of.
Lord of Nagaroth. Cease!
Like this is
Fight for me or die. My power grows. The true king.
probably gonna have to park a lord there. I guess we can't get a garrison.
A black-hearted rogue.
Let's take magic overseers first. We don't really want storm just yet.
Bow before Malekith.
Go put him closer to this.
I know my path.
Wait, why can I not upgrade Recto Storage? Is this cheaper? Oh, I understand. I understand now.
Cain, make haste. I have rights.
Might be able to get a defensive alliance with her now, but kind of hard to say.
The Witch King welcomes you. I will treat.
You know of my powers, and still you come.
Yeah, that's a no. The Ancient Salamander is a really interesting pickup for the Lizardmen. I'm actually pretty excited to try out a living flame cannon. A monstrous living flame cannon. As far as I know, Ancient Salamanders didn't exist in tabletop at all.
Last words. You know them.
Non-aggression. Do I want a non-aggression with Tretch? I guess at this point it's really, because this is a how-to, it's really up to you as to whether or not you want Tretch and want to encourage him to stay alive. The problem is that I don't really trust Tretch, and I don't trust him being in that area. He's kind of cramping your style, and he may or may not actually help. That's the hard part. Ancient Salamander is probably just a lazy upscale, but hopefully it has a couple unique big monster animations. I think that it is definitely going to have some kind of animation, and I kind of doubt it's going to be a lazy upscale, to be honest. Tretch sounds like a totally trustworthy name. True. Truer words have not been spoken. Problem is that he inhabits a lot of decent territory, because otherwise you're stuck with a lot of frozen territory and a lot of like chaos corruption based territory. But Tretch is like right there in the middle where you want to be, especially because there are some dark elf landmarks in there as well. It's basically a nice little bulwark against what is eventually going to be prime territory for the High Elves to invade. I am planning on showing you guys as quickly as I can. Now it's turn 23. We're already going to go for reworked crossbows. I think the Ripperdactyls, my hope is that Ripperdactyls have enough models to actually do something. I think that's the main issue with like Pterodons, is that they have just 10 models. And it makes it super fucking easy for them to just get whittled down and obliterated. What dynasty do I go for first?
Malekith, King of Nagaroth.
That kind of depends. It depends on if you want a unique lord who increases the number of chariots you're going to get early game, because chariots are going to be pretty key to winning the early game as TK. So if that is the case and you want a unique lord, then go 6th dynasty? 5th or 6th, I don't know. Look at the unlockable lords, you'll see them. Otherwise, I think I typically go for the one that buffs Doomguard first. Been a while since I looked at the technique at their tree. There you go, 6th dynasty. Sure, go that one. Hopefully Ripper-Dactyls won't be just slightly better bats. I mean, bats are pretty fucking cool. So, I don't know why you would say only slightly better bats. Like Fire Leech Bolas, but geez, they get ripped apart right range? Yep. That is their problem. Guess we can use the Cold One Chariot as another Doomfire Warlock. Essentially as a Doomfire Warlock.
The people grow restless.
I think we have to go fight Norska and go clean out that shit. Giving payment actually help your reputation with other factions? Just one this after and got nothing. Yeah, it takes a turn or two for it to change. In fact, that's pretty much how you play Wood Elves. Is it worth marching into Norska and raising their coast as Louis? No. Not unless you're incredibly desperate for chivalry. And even so, probably not, no. Are you going to do a how to Wood Elves? Absolutely. In fact, Wood Elves are one of my favorite factions. Or rather, I'm not, maybe not favorite faction, but definitely one of the most enjoyable for me to play. Play war. Yep, told you. Now we know that there is a Beastman army around here somewhere.
Cease your provocations.
Ever vengeful.
Watch about 9 minutes of a guide, and one of the tips was raising Norska's coast so they don't harass you as much. Yeah, but I mean that doesn't really stop them from coming back.
The true king.
I'm just gonna do one lord of every major faction. We want Supreme Sorceress of Beasts, because Beast starts off with Flock of Doom. And Flock of Doom is a very good bang for your buck spell.
Supreme
Cheap and
Sorceress of
incredibly
Frost.
spammable.
Taking control.
What am I
The dark
sphere of
conflict.
influence? Really right now?
Stand aside.
You guys fucking not, please?
I hate snow.
a lot of berserkers. That is a lot of berserkers.
Not a chance.
That is a lot of berserkers. Jesus Christ. Oh man. Didn't Flock get nerfed way back? I mean, Flock's still good. Still cheap as shit. Probably got nerfed some, but is it a bad idea to have all my army recruitment buildings in one area aside from global recruitment? Nope, not a bad idea at all. In fact, I would encourage that.
Curse this snow.
Only factions without a global recruitment stance really suffer from not having multiple recruitment buildings. The only other faction I'd say don't do that with is Tomb Kings. But yeah, like Darth Vile said, starting area is all recruitment, and then everywhere else is all economy, baby. The TK function differently, so. Oh. It's a very odd decision for him to move. I don't know, Shuda. Don't look at me.
Malekith, King of...
Or I forget. I'm going to put the...
Supreme Sorceress of Grant.
Do not vex us.
I know the Beastmen are going to come up here, so the hope is that we're going to delay them with the rebellion.
Which king?
Using rebellions to our advantage. This is a ton of berserkers.
Yeah.
Thank you for the follow. Oh my god. Thank God we have bolt throwers. Give me a map. Give me a choke point. Not a choke point. That's unfortunate.
Merciless host. Attack.
I remember this map correctly. Yeah, it's a pretty shitty map. Oh yeah, this will hurt. That's a lot of berserkers. That's an absurd amount of berserkers.
Bolt throwers.
But I don't really have a choice. I have to fight them. Oh, actually, this looks like a great spot.
Oh, yeah.
Corner camp behind trees is a bad idea. This is a good spot here, though. No, they don't have armor. The problem is that they do have an incredible bonus against infantry, which means that as soon as they make contact with my lines, they're going to obliterate dread spears. Yeah, we're gonna need magic. We're gonna need magic.
Merciless warriors.
Cold-blooded killers. Dread spears.
Yeah, with Wood Elves, it's a bad idea too, actually. Wood Elves don't count the fact that they hit the tree. They'll hit the trees themselves. Exorcism, good enough? Exorcism is what the Lore of Light passive, the lore attribute. It's good if you're TK. If you're good against if you're TK against other TK, it's good. Otherwise, no.
Chosen of Cain.
Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings. So if you are Tomb Kings and you're fighting other Tomb Kings, the lore attribute's good. If you are not Tomb Kings fighting other Tomb Kings, no, it's not very good.
Suffering for all.
Yep, as High Elves now, it's pretty useless.
Carnage awaits. Merciless warriors.
I will resume looking at chat here
Dark shards.
in a few minutes.
Murder awaits.
After we don't get obliterated by this onslaught.
Dread spears. Moving out.
Spreading misery.
Merciless warriors. Dealers in death.
This may be a poorly aimed one, but I'm going to try it anyway.
The true king.
Dread spears. Moving
It
out.
was kind of poorly aimed, but
It is done!
too late now.
The merciless host. Without question, as you say. Following orders.
I will have destruction. Malekith.
Please don't go into my own lines.
Dark elves. Eager for battle. Dark shards.
Oh, they're dead.
Battle ready. Blood will flow. No mercy. Terror and death.
Destroy.
Death.
Striking out!
Merciless warriors. Chariots. Death is coming. Withdraw.
I will. Very well.
Nagarothi. Back. We understand. Dread spears. On to slaughter.
My blade hungers.
Eager! Come, melee! Going!
Misery for all. No mercy. Annihilate them.
Bolt throwers. Hack cut. No mercy.
Dark shards.
Bloody murder.
There we go. That hurt.
Throwers.
We used to have a front line. That was a while ago. Hey, Sue Jack. Which unit is better for holding line? Black Ark Corsairs or Spearmen? Spearmen by a long shot. Black Ark Corsairs would not have held here at all. Whereas instead, Dread Spears here, for the most part, held. I mean, you can see basically where the battle line was. Right? You can essentially see where we were. They died, but they survived. But we survived the battle. You know, nothing got into archers. All of our archers are still full health. Which is the important part here.
I depart.
Don't Black Ark Corsairs have more armor? It's not about the armor. They do have more armor, but it's the fact that they have such shitty melee defense. These are rank 1 Dread Spears that are buffed by our Lord, and they have 49 melee defense. Why not end the battle? Because any of these casualties that are picked up post-battle carry over. So as they're fleeing, we can still shoot them. So we are inflicting some more casualties. It's a good way to, if you've run into high health, like, let's say you wiped most of the army, but there were a couple of, like, high value target units that survived with a large amount of numbers, especially like archers. Running them down at the end of the battle might mean that they completely are wiped out for the next fight. Black Ark Corsairs, unless they are used by Loki or Felhart, are actually a pretty shitty unit. They have high armor, but it's a pretty deceptive high armor. Like, they might have still high armor, but they have really low health still. So anything that gets through that armor means they will not survive. It's not like dwarves where like 80, 100 armor plus a huge health pool means that they survive through hell and back. The whole point of Dread Spears is the fact that they have an incredibly high melee defense. That's because Loki fell out my last Dark Elf campaign. Yeah, there's a difference there. If you're playing Loki or Felhart, then Black Ark Corsairs are better. But if you're playing anyone else, Dread Spears are gonna be better. Special about his are 50% cheaper, and he buffs them.
Shackle them. Seeking entertainment. Lord of the Black Tower.
Madness! No!
We can finish him.
Never vengeful.
He's gonna suck still, but we'll finish
Merciless
this.
host. Attack.
Please give me a good terrain this time. No Dragon Mount? He's not 18 yet.
Come, Trookie, to battle.
In fact, I don't even have War Leader. I haven't even done the War Leader speech yet. This is, like I said before, for anyone who is new to the stream. First of all, welcome to the stream. Second of all, this is meant to be an educational piece on Dark Elves. So if you have any questions about Dark Elves or any other factions, feel free to speak up.
Nagarothi!
Trying to teach y'all's, yo. Oh, technically, I've only really been playing Dark Elves for like 3 hours tonight, so. Question. Other than when fighting versus an army that's in marching or in castle, when can I exploit to do battles for more XP? Anytime that an army has retreated once. If you can get them to, or if you don't wipe them out, you can get them to retreat once, you can fight them again. I have a skill that says rank 7 or above. That for a lord and everything else in the army that has to benefit them. It's buffing any of the units in that lord's army that are rank 7 and above. It only affects those units, and it only affects them if they're rank 7 or above. Don't get too down about it. That was one of the best things to come out of Warhammer 2.
Cold-blooded killers!
We would have killed for that shit in Warhammer 1, man. Whew. God damn.
Die!
Notice I'm using my artillery on the high ground. That's an important thing to consider. That shit does technically matter. What is the primary DPS for Dark Elves? These boys right here. Dark Shards and Shades. They have a shit ton of armor piercing either way, but Dark Shards and Shades both have a shit ton of armor piercing range damage. In my mind, you can use Dark Shards with shields for a very long time. But like any elf faction, bows are their best attribute. Why are Dark Elves so dark and elfy? Because Malekith's daddy didn't love him. Question about the slave system. Can you explain the basics of how it works? I feel so lost trying to manage it, and everything tells me it's easy, but they don't explain why or how to make it so. I can, Darthfile. Remind me after this battle, because I'm going to forget, because we're fighting berserkers, and I'm going to lose more units on the front line. But it takes a minute to explain. So remind me after this battle, okay? Is it possible to use Sisters of Slaughter, or are they subpar? Sisters of Slaughter are a very good unit. They're just expensive. They're expensive. For Hellebron, they're a very strong unit. For everyone else, it's generally just better to go with other units because they are still pretty glass cannony, but because Hellebron makes them 50% cheaper, it doesn't matter so much because they cost basically the same as a Dreadspear or a little bit more expensive as a Dreadspear for Hellebron without really any of the drawbacks of having a Dreadspear. If you were to do a non-range DE challenge run, what units would you use for damage? Black Arc Corsairs. Use Dreadspears as a front flanking line, and use Black Arc Corsairs to flank behind enemy units, and then Doomfire Warlocks as cav. I'd also rush like Harpies and Manticores as quickly as possible.
Spears.
Sounds cool. Doesn't actually feel like it would be cool. What's so great about Doomfire Warlocks? Doomfire Warlocks have a pretty good charge bonus. They have magical attacks. They've got good weapon strength. They have a 40% physical resistance, and they have 2 spells, Soul Blight and Doombolt. They're a pretty decent cav for what they are. For a tier 3 cav, they're okay. Dark Elves already don't have a particularly good cav lineup as it is, so Doomfire Warlocks are an acceptable.
Chosen of King.
SDE cav is Black Dragons. Yeah, kinda. Pairing a bunch of sisters with beast lore is awesome. Weston's wild form, Alvarcast, and incredible. I can see that, Ned. I can see that. Okay, we don't have to kill the Lord here because we just beat the army twice, so they will get wiped out. Remember that. If an army is beaten twice and the Lord is still alive for both battles, they have like a reset, like a hidden reset counter. And the Lord, this will wipe out the army. We just don't kill the Lord. I've never been ballsy enough to take Beast Lord. I've heard it's not great. There's nothing intrinsically wrong with Beast Lore. I just find that there are a lot of other lore. There are other lores that are just better, that they tend to outshine Beast. But if I was forced to use Beast, I'd still be okay with it.
All shall kneel before me. Take them captive. I am unstoppable.
A wind spell for 21 turns. 21. Will summon his black horror. 21 seconds wind spell?
King
I'm
of
actually
the
sure what that
Treaty.
is. Alright. Dark Elf slaves. Slave economy is really good if you cram all of them in one settlement, which reminds me, you need to turn that off. Okay. So, first of all, Dark Elf slaves scale exponentially. So you want to slam all of them into one settlement or one province as much as you possibly can. This will usually be your capital or a couple other select locations, but they have to be high number. There's going to be a difference between, my 2,300 slaves and 4,600 and like 8K slaves. You're not going to see just be like, oh, it's going to be 500 and then like 1,000. It's going to be closer to like 800 and then like 1,500, that kind of thing. So Dark Elf slaves scale exponentially. So you have to cram all of that shit in to one area. Second of all, what was your other question about? So that's the main mechanic, is that you want to stockpile them all in one location, and then if possible, cram as many of the slave pits in there as possible. Nagarund is that's the other thing, is that the slave economy, not only does it scale upon how many slaves are in said location, it also scales based on how much income that city is capable of making. So Nagarund is, of course, a capital, so it makes a ton more makes a ton more cash. It also has a port. It also has masonry, and it also has a shit ton of public order. So it makes it so that you cram a ton of slaves in here, but then you also have 4 slots to be able to fit more slave income buildings in here as well. Unpleasant climate is a horrible idea to occupy. No, unpleasant is still plenty okay to go ahead and put units into, to settle. Uninhabitable, on the other hand, tends not to be a good idea. Oh, here we go. Shut up, salt butter. So,
oh yeah,
that is how that breaks down. So you got to cram all of them in there, and then you're gonna need to stack as many buildings that make income as much as possible, and then the slave economy actually works out quite well. Yes, I'm okay. All right. So Malekith has 2 major trees: the Tyrant tree and the War Leader tree. Both of them lock out the other one. So you can only pick one. Now, if you watched the High Elf campaign, High Elves, I talked about Tyrion. Tyrion has the same setup, but Tyrion has kind of 2 differing approaches to things. One is either a factional boost or making him into a melee god. I said that either option, I think, is still acceptable. You can pick to be a factional buffer if you're not too confident in your play with Tyrion. You'll get more bang for your buck as a faction if you're not confident with Tyrion being a one-man army. However, Malekith is the exact opposite. Malekith needs to be a war leader. And the reason for that is for a couple of things. For one, war leader gives upkeep reduction for all units for all armies, and then post-battle loot, which is nice. That's cool. Whatever. The big one, though, is the fact that he is stripped and scoured. The bonus casualties captured from post-battle by an extra 50% is how we're going to fuel slave economy. You also have to remember that we're going to be sacking settlements all the time. So we're going to get a lot of raw cash from sacking settlements, and you're going to get a ton of slaves from the casualties captured post-battle. Okay? This is a huge economy boost. On top of that, you also will end up getting Triumph of Evil. Casualty replenishment is going to be a lot better for him now, so you get an extra 15%, so you can remain on the go at all times, murdering everything. And the attrition suffered is actually pretty good for a couple of reasons. One, you run into that problem a lot of having a lot of chaos corruption around you all the time. This attrition, preventing this attrition means that you don't have to worry about slowing down so much. And that happens a lot of places in the mountains, and it also happens a lot in the Chaos Wastes. Also Marathi, if for some reason you ended up at war with Marathi. But having the casualty replenishment and the attrition are both huge. And then reach equals grasp is big because that's also post-battle loot by 50%. So he is making a shit ton of cash by being able to have cheaper armies and then being able to win battles, therefore making a ton of money after the battle and getting a bunch of slaves as well to be able to fuel your empire long term. Okay. To contrast that, Tyrant doesn't really do a whole lot. You have a tax rate, but Dark Elves don't really make a lot of money on taxes. They make money on their slave economy. The Public Order +1 is always a decent thing. That's just blah. You have income from slaves and slave decline rate and the Public Order penalty, which is all okay. But you have to make those slaves first, and that's why Stripped and Scoured and War Leader are generally better, because that allows you to get more slaves. These end up being about the same. Problem is the rest of it. You have diplomatic relations with Dark Elves, which doesn't really matter. It's like okay, but whatever. The Public Order +10 and local province doesn't actually do much because you're going to have Malekith deep in enemy territory. This basically just means that the turn after you conquer something, it's kind of okay. And that's it. You're not going to park Malekith anywhere. Malekith should be always on the warfront. He's a legendary lord. You're going to want him in battle at all times. Same with the owning factions favor corruption. That's okay. That purity or the untainted is kind of good. But it's not worth taking a whole point for and locking out this other tree. The same for efforts redoubled. Again, all of these bonuses are for local province, and you're not going to park Malekith places. If you're parking Malekith in places, you're not using him correctly. Malekith was born for war, and he's a very good lord for so many reasons. If you're putting him in any place to get any kind of long-term benefit out of these traits, you're wasting Malekith. Instead, why would you need to worry about the construction time and the cost in one province when you could just be making a fuck ton more cash for your entire provinces? For all your provinces. So that's why I honestly don't think that Tyrant is worth it at all. I think that War Leader is really the only real way to go for Malekith. But that's my thoughts on the matter. We're going War Leader. The thing is that the other line doesn't really provide anything really important for Malekith. Do you turn off all other slaves in other provinces then? Yes. Yes, I do. They are not worth.
Very well.
Another Dread Spear, because we're going to need to replace the one we lost. I guess that's okay. Bull and Chariot's still a decent unit, so. This is going to rebel again.
Supreme sorceress of
We expect him to come up, so we're going to keep her parked here.
Dark sorceress.
Bow before
Sure thing,
Malekith.
File. And if you don't mind playing Vortex,
Lord of the Black
they're
Tower.
actually not bad on Vortex. I honestly think Dark Elves are a little bit better on Vortex than they are on Mortal Empires. I hate saying that, but I think it's true.
Merciless. Malekith, King of Nagaroth.
Reason why is because Nagrund isn't quite so packed. Do we need to worry about the level of corruption? Yes. Yes, we do. However, you don't necessarily have to worry about that too much in Malekith's tree if you're asking about having the favored corruption. This is nice, but as you can see on Circlet of Iron, Circlet of Iron automatically gives +5 untainted local province anyway. So together this would be 15 untainted, and that's kind of overkill. 5 is actually a pretty good spot for it to be. Yeah, for Vortex, I think Dark Elves are honestly better because Nagrund feels very, very squished. Both Nagrund and Mazdamundi feel like they kind of like got shafted by how squished they are.
Bow before
Yeah, Everchosen's
Malekith.
in about 7 hours. I started a while back learning the factions in easy mode. By all means, dude. Got any questions, feel free to ask. That's the whole point of this stream and the next series of streams as well. It's all about teaching new players the game. I like TK better in Vortex as well, so I can understand your point. I thought TK were interesting in Vortex, but I don't really care either way for them. I mean, Mortal Empires or Vortex works both ways for me. I like the forced aggression of Vortex mode. It's a campaign that's a bit more on rails. The unfortunate part of Vortex is the fact that you can't really play against, you know, your big boy shit like Empire, Vampire Counts. You know, you're not really worried about minor factions. You only really care about your major factions, and that kind of feels shitty. It's like the point of Mortal Empires and ultimately what's going to happen in Warhammer 3 is the fact that you're going to be able to play on one giant ass map and with all factions available. So you can live out your dreams of Empire fighting ogres or Dark Elves fighting chaos or, you know, whatever. And not only fighting those factions, but also fighting their legendary lords. So you can kind of create a narrative about how you beat the shit out of Malekith or Archaon or whoever with some weird ass lord or your own lord.
The people grow restless.
The sandboxy feel and approach to the game is what the typical draw to Mortal Empires is.
You cannot hold us.
Get a different mix of factions. Yeah, I don't think Vortex is necessarily as shitty as I used to say that it was. It's still not necessarily my first pick, but I think that there are certain scenarios. Like, I think that Vampire Coast is a faction that plays a lot better on Vortex because it has so much more ocean. Without having a giant ass ocean,
Do not appeal
it
to my
kind of
better
feels
nature.
bad for
Come now,
Vampire
time
Coast.
is precious. Speak.
Build walls on all settlements all the time, baby. All the time. You see, we're working on that now. I already got that here.
The riots are
All
moments
settlements.
away.
All settlements. I'm looking for Warhammer 3. Hell yeah, man. Me too. So Nakaya Gorok for the free LC Lord. I'm feeling Gorok myself. I just don't know what you would do in it with Nakai. Is it possible either way that it would work? Yeah. The thing about walls is, guys, for those of you who are new to Warhammer or new to the game in general,
Are displeased.
the thing about walls is even if the garrison doesn't particularly make the faction feel scary or make the city feel scary, the AI will almost always, and I mean like 99% of the time, pause. Even though they have an army that is fully capable of taking out that city without building siege equipment, the AI will still build siege equipment for like 3 or 4 turns. And so those 3 or 4 turns buys you time to react and figure out what you are going to do in response. So building walls is just a deterrence to stop them from just randomly sacking your territory. Because otherwise, people could pop out from the fog of war out of nowhere, sack your shit, and be gone before you ever knew they existed in the first place. Do you have any idea when Warhammer 3 is coming? Nope. I have a gut feeling that it's going to be spring 2020. And the reason I say spring 2020 is because we know that they're working on like 4 games right now. And we know that this is not the last DLC for Warhammer 2. This upcoming DLC is not the last one for Warhammer 2. So because of that, it feels like they're going to release one more race or Lord Pack or whatever else, and that will be the that will be the pre-order bonus for Warhammer 3. No problem, Lockjaw.
Your destruction will bring me untold pleasure.
I want to trade with Tretch. I guess we could trade with Tretch for a little bit, I guess. Do need some money. What are the best spells for Dark Elves? I mean, they were talking about Lower Beast earlier. So Wild Form's pretty cool. Curse of an Air is pretty nice for them. Because you're going to be fighting a lot of other ranged factions. Blade Wind is really good. Pit of Shades is really good. You gonna piece me now?
Speak.
You're an idiot. Such an idiot. I thought they'd put Tinny1 in Albion. They could put Nakai there. I feel like Tinny1 is located so close to Itza. It feels weird to put Gorak there to me. Still feel like it's going to be Gorak and Itza, but a little less likely than before. Yeah, it does feel kind of weird to me that if nobody receives Itza, because it feels like they've been holding off on Itza for the longest time. I do feel that that's kind of odd that they didn't include Itza. We're going to lose Hagrief. I gotta move south. We gotta stop that. It's gonna be Gorak, Nakai. It would mean they have to be, though they would have one of each type of lizardman. Asmondy, Slan, Krokar, Saurus, Tinny1, Skink, and then Nakai Crocs. I don't know. I'm still kind of torn on the whole subject. Yeah, Nakai is the Crocs. Do we capture all settlements we attack? Generally speaking, yes. Reason being is that if you're attacking it and you're not conquering it, then you're probably wasting your time in the first place. There are a few exceptions to that rule, but most of the time, if you're attacking it, you should probably take it. Show me a shit ton of Cygors.
I want them dead.
No Cygors. Hey, that was nice. Yeah, the good news is Mung is not recovering and not creating an army yet, so we have a little bit of time to put walls in Heraclida. Yeah, we got 2 turns, so this will wall off, so we're okay here. We need to finish this first, solve this problem. You have more than one legendary lord. If you can confederate them, yes. In the old worlds, you could recruit legendary lords after meeting certain conditions. But they thought it would be more enjoyable in Warhammer 2 if all legendary lords had their own starting location. Dark Elves don't have global recruitment. Correct. Vlad starts with 2 LLs. So does Vampire Counts. So does Empire. Oh, wait, you mean start with them? Yeah, Vlad starts with Isabella, but Vlad used to also be unlocked by conquering Altdorf. So. Oh, fuck. That was close. I thought they were actually going to attack.
My cruelty knows no limits.
DLC pre-purchase? Attaboy.
Moving.
Forbidden magic.
LOL. I'm really tempted to auto-resolve this only because it means that I won't have to chase down the beastmen later. But we'll fight this anyway.
We have lives to end.
Sujak's correct though, Renders. Like typically speaking, non-mounted. Oh god, I hope this is. Shit, which one is actually going to be the one we need? I'm gonna assume this is Malekith. Something I wish that they would say, like what your lord is. Waiting patiently to nuke the lizard things. Yeah, Naked Claws can be pretty cool. I am correct.
Understood. Dread spears. We understand. Onwards to murder. Battle calls. Bolt throwers. Battle ready. Bolt throwers. To destruction. We understand. Merciless warriors. Forward! At once!
Malekith! Malekith comes!
Forward!
Yeah, we'll get to see the new toys pretty soon. I think honestly the fact that we're getting Giselles and Rattling Gunners is going to be such a huge boon for Skaven. Like I think Skaven needed what they're getting more than what Lizards are getting. I mean, I'm a big Lizard fan, but
All shall tremble.
that might be too late. Yeah, it's a little late.
Supreme sorceress.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for the follow. Oh, am I off? Oh, that's right. There we go. Yeah, it worked out pretty well. Yeah, about 300 kills. Yeah, that worked out pretty well.
Battle ready. Massacre them.
Of course, these guys started off way too far, so these guys are going to get obliterated.
True heir of Anarion.
Dread spears. Dark shots.
What's causing terror? I don't remember seeing any monsters.
Battle ready. Battle calls. Hack, cut. End them.
Lich Priest or Necrotech? I think Lich Priest to start off with. Lich Priest.
Supreme sorceress.
I will have destruction.
Oh yeah, man, this bitch. I don't know what you do.
Attend me.
This is Vangeist's Revenge.
Come forth.
No idea what that is.
Battle ready. By Drakira. Dark shards. Terror and death.
Limitless power.
How to cancel spells, move the unit.
Red spears. Blood will flow. Going.
Vangeist is so good. Yeah, it is.
Suffering for all. Dealers in death. Nagarothi.
Supreme
If you stutter step them, you can usually get them to interrupt the spell.
Shards.
Touch expensive on the wins? Well, yeah. But it is one of the highest DPS spells in the game, so. Same with Wind and Death. Wind and Death is also incredibly expensive.
Attack.
But everything it touches becomes a bloody smear, so. No, I disagree with that, Darth. I think magic is too important for Tomb Kings to be able to turn the tide.
At once. The merciless
I mean, Tomb Kings really need every single edge they can possibly get. The only way to really get that edge is by having a third dimension of magic. Hey, Liz, we can do something other than SAR spam. You have to admit it's boring, and then you can't control them in battle. You just get them to melee, and then they enrage, and you watch yourself win. Maybe cast the occasional spell. I'll admit that it's a little bit boring, but at the same time, like, it gives me the opportunity to talk to chat, and the SAR spam blocks are kind of shitty, but at the same time, I don't think that that's going to change anything. Like, I don't think I don't really think that the new units are going to change the fact that SARs are still incredibly good and that you're still going to want big blocks of them. You're just going to get more options for what do you want to do with them. New DLC comes out April 17th. Which hopefully, I haven't heard officially yet, but hopefully I will have early access for that. So I'll be able to show you guys all that shit. So like I said, I would expect Continuum to be an Albion, makes an interesting presence, lizard presence in the old world. What do you think about the starting positions, and what do you think CA will do with Albion now? I don't really think Albion's that they're gonna do that much with Albion. I think everybody keeps talking about Albion as if it's this big deal, and I still don't really see Albion as being anything that actually matters. I don't think CA. I think CA just added that to add a little more shit on the map. But I mean, it could be that they have plans for Albion. I don't really know. I will say that putting a Lizardman up in Norska is going to make Norska even suck even more than it currently does. So I really don't think they're going to do much with Albion. I think people get too caught up in the theory of what Albion could be and not the reality of there really isn't anything in Albion. It's just like Celts, but Warhammer Celts. So like not Norscan Celts. So I don't know. It's true Nakai had shit up there, but just because they added it doesn't necessarily mean that they plan on doing anything with it. They could, but I don't know. What do you think about the starting positions? Starting positions are fine. I don't think there's anything.
Fresh slay.
I don't think there's anything wrong with either starting position. I'm not thrilled about Immortal Empire's start for.
Cruelty knows no limits.
Supreme sorceress of Grant.
For
Witch King, malicious and cruel.
Tinywan. Not thrilled about Shanzupek being the start, but I think this Skaven Blight start is poggers. Skaven Blight start is going to be amazingly awesome.
The people are displeased.
It seems they are not updating Mazdamundi or Slan. What makes you say that? If you have proof, then I accept. But I need proof first before I can accept a statement like that.
So much.
It is going to Skaven Blight. Correct. I'm hoping they just kind of murder them.
Lord of Nagaroth.
Ancient Salamander has reduced fire resistance. As far as I know, there isn't much fire aside from the new Salamanders. I think Slan will get fire. Probably not. Mazdamundi is OP anyway. He doesn't need an update. Maybe in multiplayer he's OP. In campaign he's pretty garbage. Post said he'd be in Star Tower. The Star Tower is for Vortex. How does loyalty work for Dark Elves? How to increase loyalty? Loyalty increases by winning battles, typically speaking. Winning battles, having good, getting more experience in general, and also by having not shitty units. If you lose a shit ton of battles, then the loyalty will drop. Loyalty is pretty much the same for Dark Elves as it is for Skaven, as it is for Vampire Coast. Basically, all you want to do is try to keep it up by winning battles, by having decent units, and all that good stuff, and then hope that they have a loyalty dilemma pop. Loyalty dilemma usually gives them like one big bonus that they can't otherwise get. So either it's going to be some kind of trade or a piece of gear or things like that. In multiplayer, Mazdamundi is pretty good. In single player, he's not very good. Takes forever for him to actually get off his ass and do things, and furthermore, his lore spell selection is pretty garbage. What's with trash? I don't know. Beats me. You siege me? You bitch. Of course you get an ambush. Why would you not get an ambush? Ruination City makes me worried about the Skaven nuke bomb being underpowered. Really? Underpowered? Empire Coast Lords seem to have their specific action they could perform to maintain their loyalty, and after level 30 they have permanent loyalty. Dark Elves have something similar. Nope, that was a change that was kind of implemented for them and really hasn't been expanded too much. They do have more loyalty bonuses / penalties than they did before for the other factions. But loyalty has been kind of an underrated, underused mechanic that doesn't actually matter. Conspiracy theory: Finron is doing educational streams. You can increase the number of people playing so you can become a pro gamer at the Warhammer 2 multiplayer scene. Boy, you caught me. How did you know? How did you see through me and my web of lies? Poor lone elf gets abused by entire beastman army. Yeah. I feel like the AI only knew that they were going to get that ambush off, and that's why they did that. Because, like, if that was you as the player, like, man, I'm around a lot of crazy bullshit right now. I don't want to be here right now. You would have pieced the fuck out of there. They did clear up that rebellion, though, so that's pretty cool. Those beastmen are going to lurk around down there. And, oh. Well, that's awkward. I thought he died. That's okay.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for the follow. I think High Magic needs more rework since it automatically fixes Slan and Mazdamundi. Slan and Mazdamundi have like 2 High Magic spells. The rest are Elves. So reworking High Magic actually benefits High Elves more than it benefits Slan. And literally they have like, what, 2 spells from High Magic? Arcane Unforging, which is basically a Spirit Leech. And Apotheosis, which is quite possibly the worst healing spell in the entire game.
Dark shards. We are ready.
Apotheosis exists purely to be able to spam Shield of Safri. Other than that, Apotheosis literally heals like 200. In terms of campaigns, what would be your order of noob friendly, i.e. High Elves to most complex? Interested in either end of the spectrum. I really can't give you a listing out because that would require me to sit here and keep weighing options and shit like that. But High Elves are definitely one of the easiest, and then from there I think it's based upon your own flavor. The things that I like and the things that I consider to be easy may not necessarily be enjoyable or easy for you. Rank every single lord by how strong they are. I will do that, Travis, right after you give me a detailed listing of the best League of Legends players and their power rankings, every single one of them, and why. How would you fix land for multiplayer or for single player? I'd give them the ability to choose what lore attributes, or not lore attributes, what spells they want. And that would give them a couple of basic spells that way. If they got to pick what lore or what lores they could go into rather than having a fixed lore, it'd be a little bit different. Lore of Heaven Slander is actually useful. Yes, they would be. Too bad we don't have it. Stroke and Queek are the easiest? Really, Nerfy? You sure about that? I don't know if I'd consider Queek to be easy. I wouldn't consider Queek easy. I think if you get used to the way that Skaven play, Queek becomes easier.
Dark shards. For the king. Kill them.
Travis, I'm still waiting on your detailed analysis of what the best League of Legends players are in a ranked. All of them. All of NALCS. I think you'll still do arty spam. It just won't be quite the same arty spam. It'll still be arty spam. It just won't have as many artillery pieces. But I still think that playing Skaven without artillery spamming is not going to be a very good idea. I just think you now can get artillery spam with the added bonus of having a couple units of Giselles and Rattling Gunners as well. So instead of like 8 pieces of artillery, now you just have like 6.
Die, weakling. By Kane.
Obviously, double if you see how often you interviews them. Oh, I'm aware. Oh, I'm aware. Oops, we killed the Lord. That was not intended. I don't see Abomination and Rat Ogres synergizing with guns that well. I mean, in campaign, Abominations and Rat Ogres don't synchronize well with rats, period. I've heard that in multiplayer, Rat Ogres are a good unit, but this ain't multiplayer. This is single player, bitch. And in single player, that shit sucks.
Victory is mine. Shackle them.
That actually kill him or what? Terrifying Mask of and Wolfbeats.
Malekith, King of
Back to this.
Nagaroth. Merciless host. Attack. Lord of the Black Tower. Lord of Nagaroth.
The only reason I would consider Rat Ogres would be Tar Pit units. Yeah, unfortunately, they still don't do that very well in single player.
Look on me and cower.
Abominations are not a very good unit. Which is sad because they look dope as shit.
And cruel.
There's a highly upvoted Reddit comment today about prioritizing rat ogres in the early game. I thought the meta had changed. No, that's just called Reddit. Reddit and not understanding how to play this game. But that's okay.
Rest. I know my path.
Someday maybe they'll learn. Probably not because they're still listening to advice on Reddit. But maybe someday.
Which king is victorious?
It might be viable. All right. Tell you what, Grimwis. Tell you what.
Do go on.
You
This
go.
will be most
And you prioritize it. Look at that. We're actually friendly now. Look at that shit. I want you to go and
You
play
are
a
welcome
campaign
here,
as
but do not-
Scroll. And I want you to prioritize rat ogres, okay? Don't get artillery. Don't get artillery. Go get rat ogres. I don't even like Sagaven? Well, there you go. Problem solved. Now you know. And for you kind, lovely ladies and gentlemen at home, watching from your computers, probably in your underwear. I know. I know. Don't listen to Reddit. Do you think the Lethan R is OP? Basically 100% ambush stance, underway stance.
Young Malekath on the dab FNJ Poggy Woggy.
Hey, Bunnet. Young dab, baby. Young dab. Thank you. Thank you, man, for the 4 months. I appreciate it a lot, man. Do you think Lethan R is OP? Basically 100% ambush chance. Underway travel that cannot be intercepted. They're more OP on high elves, and I thought Skaven and push was good. Yeah, Lethan R is really powerful. Lethan R is like absurdly powerful. I think overall Lariel is still the best high elf lord, but he comes very, very close. Fog on the beat. Fog on the beat. I can get multiple of the same construction building in the same region to increase army capacity for those units. Yes, you can. I find it weird these YouTubers argue that there are missing units in Lizard rostered, which is technically true, but there's so many units coming in those DLC for Lizards already. Salamander's Arc of Sotek engine, the gods Ripidactyl, and Red Crest screen. That's 6 if you count the ones with Salamander. It is indeed correct. But that's because these people don't actually know what they're talking about.
My cruelty knows no limits.
No!
Marauder Force Masters? Are you fucking kidding me?
Chosen of Cain. Moving.
Fog on the beat. Free showers, baby. Hey, Super Saiyan. They have not shown any of the stats for the new DLC units. Not yet. We, in theory, will see them tomorrow.
Overlord.
In like 7 hours.
The Druki are restless.
I actually upgrade that. The new DLC gonna add Chogodons. Nope. Not getting Chogodons.
Black, our Dread King welcomes you.
Got bored of Lethanar, you just wreck everything and quickly capture Quintex for money. Yep. That's kind of what I felt too. But that doesn't take away from the fact that he's still really, really strong. Do we bet on how much armor value Ikit has? Sure, I don't know what you're going to bet, but yeah, sure, whatever. Bet away. And yeah, YouTube usually is kind of a circle jerk combined with the fact that their communities tend to be kind of trashy. Like in streams on Twitch, you can moderate the community a lot more heavily than you can on YouTube, so usually YouTube channels don't really have the greatest of communities with, you know, with the best discussions ever. Good night, Ned. I say that as I'm preparing this video to be on YouTube. Yep, backs off because he sees Malekith. Thank God he doesn't have that many Marauder horsemen.
You know nothing.
Yes.
I'm gonna beat them into a decent position again. Just seen the Hearts of Iron 4 community. I'm pretty sure Hearts of Iron 4 just attracts a lot of trashy communities in general.
Your timing
Lot of just
is poor.
Dickheads. That's what I've heard, at least. Because I talked about how bad EU4 was this stream, and then someone came in and was like, "You have no idea." Hate treasure puzzles? Sorry, Travis. I know it hurts your brain. It's okay, man. You can make it. Are you coming to STL or what, by the way, Travis?
Of Nagaroth, speak.
Defensive? Not yet. Isn't the LCS coming?
Only victims.
STL? Yeah, right? Flying on Thursday? Fuck. Well, shit. Contact me and let's see if we can meet up. Retreating even though he doesn't see the ambush. I call foul play. Do they nerf DE confederations? Probably. Wouldn't surprise me. Are they really going to siege me? Nope, just going to raid me.
No.
I don't think we have the range for this. Somehow he knew exactly where I was going. But how did he know? How did he know?
Oh, very well.
I'm gonna do the quest battle, but I don't think we can.
Preparing an ambush. Bow before your true master.
Pretty much, Nidus. Pretty much.
The people are displeased.
Excellent.
A black-hearted rogue.
Specialist. I like to use canine assassins on the battlefield, or on the campaign map, not in armies.
I have little time or love for diplomacy.
Guess we could get a defensive now.
Agreed.
That might be a mistake, but might work. As I remember, the Confederation for the D Legendary Lords happens later on. Doesn't usually happen at first. Both Legendary Lords are pretty prideful, and so neither one of them wants to be the one to confederates. It usually just takes one of the two losing a couple armies, and then as soon as they lose a couple armies, then they'll confed. It just takes a little good old-fashioned ass whooping from the High Elves, and they'll confed. Just takes them, 120 turns or so. There have been a couple situations where I've seen the two of them actually be at war and fight the shit out of each other. And those times were really weird because I was usually playing an evil faction at that time. And you're like, I really need the Dark Elves to pull through for me and, take a little bit of pressure off of me from High Elves. And it doesn't happen. It always seems to be whatever faction you aren't playing is doing well. Side, I mean, either good or evil. Weird how that works, huh?
That will incur my wrath.
Supposed to have a ton of lords running around as TK? Well, yeah, as many lords as you can get to run around, yeah. Discipline? Ooh. I'll take discipline.
Supreme Sorceress of Grant, stand aside. The time draws
Why is he
near.
blocking me from entering my goddamn city?
Servants.
Correct, Travis. Correct.
Merciless. End them.
In learning the game after High Elves and Dwarves, which races would you pick for a noob? I believe that depends entirely upon what do you like out of the game.
My game.
Those two are the more
Fight for me.
Those two are the more handholdy factions, even though dwarves are not very handholdy in Warhammer 2. They were in Warhammer 1 by a lot. But Warhammer 2, they're not nearly as handholdy. So I get the question I would ask you is, what do you enjoy about the game? And then go from there. Like when you played High Elves, what was it about High Elves that gave you a raging boner? And by contrast, if you played dwarves, what did you like about dwarves? Did you like dwarves? Because playing two factions that are both kind of easy, by this point you have an idea of what you like. Probably being OP. OP in what way, though?
Cold-blooded killers.
Because you're not going to get OP factions every single time. I do believe that Ellich has said it best by saying that the most OP faction in the game is whatever faction the player is playing.
Ready. Chariot.
He's kind of right. What's your favorite unit? Vargas.
The merciless host.
Oh, got it. Well, I could still answer it.
Forward.
So are dwarves a good faction or not?
Battle call.
Dwarves are a good
Following
faction
Certainly.
if you can survive the initial onslaught of being outnumbered like 3-1 by greenskins.
Make them bleed.
If you can,
Onward.
then they're a fantastic faction.
Dark
If you
riders.
cannot,
Blood will flow.
Well. they're not a very good faction.
Onward.
He also said if he was playing every faction, Nagron would probably win. Wait, what are you talking about, Nerfy? You know I married the Vargas? Well, there you go. When do you transition from tier 1 units to a higher tier? That question is kind of complicated. It depends on the campaign. If you're looking for Dark Elves specifically, it depends on when my economy can handle such things. But it will mostly be when we can start first picking up Blackguard. The front line is going to be Blackguard first before we start picking up Hydras and Dragons and stuff. It does depend on what faction you're playing, though. Because different factions are going to have different times in which they want to start upgrading their units. Part of that becomes, like, at what point you're getting, like, the good shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean by the good shit. You know, some factions, tier 2 units don't, or tier 3 units don't matter. So there's really no reason to worry about them. Some factions, tier 2 units are the ones that don't matter. So tier 3 and tier 4 are the ones you want.
Onward.
Usually speaking, it depends on when you have the money to do so. You have to remember that the economy in Warhammer is kind of approached like this. You have to have money in order to spend said money to make more money. Okay? So running as lean as you possibly can with your faction and with your armies is incredibly necessary. And you have to be really careful about why your decisions are as they are. I could have a much flashier army with Malekith right now if I wanted to. But the thing is that I do not. Why? Because I need cheap units. I need cheap units to make to make a better economy to have more expensive units later on. It's kind of like owning a restaurant. You got to buy an oven in order to make money, right? So you have to have enough money in the first place to buy a fucking oven to then actually make food and make money off that. And then when you make that food and you make money off of that, you can then turn around and invest more into the restaurant and make better food or faster food or whatever to make more money. So in order to do that, best way to do that is to have the most efficient army as possible. Use a microwave. Sure, use a microwave.
Eager for battle.
I'll run a one, you rich motherfucker. Why is Mortal Empires fun for the first 100 turns, but then it becomes kind of a slog once you've established yourself and are not really under any serious threat? I will take your question and begin and turn it around on you. Why is Total War Warhammer difficult for the first 100 turns, and then when you get past that point and you've established yourself, not really difficult anymore? It's how the game is. I think the same is true in Vortex, too. You're never really in danger. You might lose some territory here and there, but you're never like, oh, fuck, I'm getting steamrolled now.
Victory is mine. The world will kneel. Lord of
If Very Hard isn't that difficult for you anymore, then go ahead and push it up to Legendary. I realize that it's kind of daunting because you have to worry about, you know, Iron Man and shit like that. But the jump between Very Hard and Legendary is not really that big. The gap between Hard and Very Hard is much bigger than the gap between Very Hard and Legendary.
King of Naggaroth.
Just food for thought.
Your king
If you don't want to,
has
though,
arrived.
that's up to you. It's your $60 game. Play it as you want it.
Supreme Sorceress of Grond.
He's gonna fucking ambush her. I can already feel it. Although, being as somebody who plays on Legendary, I can appreciate the fact that, yes, the game does become kind of boring after a while. That's true. If you guys don't actually own any of the Total Wars and stuff, Humble Store, yo. Humble Store. Good point, Travis.
Cease your provocations.
Sometimes Travis does do something rather than troll me. I know it's really weird and really rare when that happens, but sometimes he doesn't troll. Help me understand this. Why would they take a Confederation if I give them payment but not without? That is just asinine. Because the game is weighing it in the favor of taking a Confederation. And don't look a gift horse in the mouth, because if they took away payment in Confederation, I'm not sure we could really do anything anymore about that. I guess once it gets easing, then you have theoretically beaten the game and can move on. Yeah.
As you said.
You shall speak, and I...
Honestly, I mean, the first early 50 turns, 75 turns of a campaign are definitely the most enjoyable part of the campaign for me at any given point.
The people are
Because in this
displeased.
first early stages, your movements are much more important. Like right now, I don't want to go fight Mung, but I think I have to in order to stop it so we can start moving south. There's no legendary difficulty for battles. Well, no, there's no legendary difficulty for battles, but there is for campaign. Which in turn make the battles a lot more difficult. It's also an acclimation thing. I mean, I never thought I could play on Legendary until I just pushed myself and had some shitty losses and did some stupid shit and had some restarts and had some blows to my ego. But eventually, you can kind of autopilot Legendary, and it's not so bad. Would I have way more fun on a lower difficulty? Yeah, probably. But then streaming wouldn't be a thing. Nobody wants to watch somebody playing on hard. Especially because once you've pushed yourself to those upper levels, he's going to ambush. Oh my god, he didn't ambush. I'm okay with this. Is he wiped out now? He is. Holy shit. Oh, he was dumb. What was I saying?
Lord of the Black Tower.
Oh, I was saying, like, once you've played it on a higher difficulty and a harder difficulty, once you get used to that, the idea of playing it on a lower difficulty just doesn't appeal at all. Isn't Legendary just a more tedious version of hard? Also high. Yeah, it is. But people would rather watch a much more tedious version of Legendary. Yeah, I pick the wrong thing? No, I didn't. Good. People want to watch a more tedious version of Legendary or of hard.
Malekith, King of Nagaroth.
King of the Dookie. About the far northwest, Iron Fist plus. What can I do early game for corruption? It always has about 20% corruption. It doesn't go down after I capture the cities. You're talking about the far northwest? Are we talking about Vortex? Like Iron Fist? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. So about this shit, we raised this to the ground. We don't ever come back here. When am I adding house rules? Good question, Nerfy. Good question. I'll get back to you tomorrow about that.
The true king.
You know what my answer tomorrow is going to be, Nerfy? Ask me about it tomorrow.
I have never been much of a
And then
diplomat.
I keep you in perpetual suspense. Always waiting until tomorrow is going to be the day. I don't know, it has rules when I give a shit about a house rules. Problem with house rules are I typically don't give a shit about house rules. Plus, the other part of house rules is having to explain house rules every fucking time. Even if you create a command about it. Every time you have a house rule, you still have to explain what that house rule is. Hello, Reddit, man. You know, someday someone will actually say something about me on Reddit. Probably not anytime soon, but someday maybe. It's a great scheme. The best scheme. Of course, he sieges that before I get the rest of the city. That's okay. How soon can we pop? 15 turns? Ah, that's unfriendly.
We are besieged.
Delightful.
You got a full
screams.
army too? Boy, that is not good. That is really not good. That is really not good. I was hoping he'd go fight Tretch, but
Lord of the Black Tower. Destroy them. I refuse.
what?
Witch King.
There you go. Don't refuse me.
Druki, bloody slaughter awaits.
Anyone tried a legendary Crooked Moon? Yeah. It's on my YouTube. It sucked.
Battle ready. Dark shards. Dark elves.
Malekith.
Chariots. Bolt throwers.
Worst part about Starsync was how fucking boring it became once you got to a certain point. Thank you for the follow. Simply because, like, the best army comps are Black Orcs, Spiders, and Goblin Rock Clobbers. And a Shaman. A Shaman of Big Wah. That's it. There's nothing ever that gets any better. That changes anything. Just like, how many Black Orcs can you fit in the army? And then what supporting units can you use to make them work? Archers are a trap. Even Skarsnik's army, despite being like decent after a while for having, survived so many battles, is still not actually good.
Dark shards. Druki, forward. We are ready. Hang them.
shards.
Nasty Skulkers are a good DPS unit, even if they melt like butter. Yeah, they are, but there's only so many situations that Nasty Skulkers are going to get you through before eventually you're like, oh fuck.
No mercy.
I mean, Nerfy, you could be a god too if you spent literally nothing but playing this game and playing Crooked Moon. Eventually you'd get pretty godly too.
Battle ready. Terror and death.
But I mean, if all you ever played was
Chariots. Destroy. Onwards to murder.
Crooked Moon, eventually you'd get pretty good at it too. And the question is, do you have the willpower to hang in there and play such a shitty faction for no actual reason?
Hear my words.
Answer is probably no. And now we raise this to the ground.
The Witch King is victorious.
I guess we sack it first, actually,
Leave nothing behind.
because that was nice.
My cruelty knows no limits.
Yeah, we'll raise it next turn. That was worth the money. He's doing pretty well for us.
Hell, make haste. I have rights to lead.
She might actually be interested in a confederation soon. You didn't really expand very far. I was kind
Look,
of weird
what
about.
dark and callous plans do you wish to lay before me?
Always important to check that shit out. Drone blender? Yep.
Welcome to the Black Court. Choose your words, Ken. No.
Still pretty good for that shit, too.
Do not vex us further.
I think pretty soon here we're going to go ahead and start wrapping it up and talk about, like, what exactly you would go from here. This isn't educational. This is a one night. Play Dark Elves.
Yeah.
We go on and move on to, I think, Vampire Coast, I think, is tomorrow. I'm doing an order of the factions, although I'm skipping Lizardman and Skaven for the Lord pack. Especially Skaven, since the Under Empire is probably going to change how they play to a pretty decent degree. But if you're new to the stream, welcome to the stream, first of all. Second of all, if you have any questions, free to ask. At this point in things, there are a couple things that are going to need to happen. Only turned 36, so we're still pretty young in the campaign. New question, no questions. Well, thank you for at least speaking up and saying you're new. Welcome. So we want to control all of this up until about here. We don't actually give a shit about Norsco. This game, Total War Warhammer 2. Who we're killing is generally everyone.
Oh,
and are we killing
yeah.
Not right now, although actually probably in a second. So the goal is going to be probably control all of this except any of the Norscan territories. The reason we don't want to build, or we don't want to take Norscan territories, for those of you not aware, is that you can't actually build walls in there. You can build a second garrison, but that's not really enough to stop rebellions, and those rebellions are going to eventually become a huge pain in the ass. So any Norscan territory we're going to raise, especially this stuff. We're not going to keep this for a while. If you want to take it later on and babysit it, that's up to you. But I don't think it's really worth that. We do want to eventually confederate with the Crone, and we do want to take all this territory for us. I would eventually betray Tretch. And the reason being is that Tretch controls a number of good territory that would be good for us. Nice little buffer state, being basically the shield against the High Elf invasion of Nagarund. But we can't really trust him to do anything, and also he's going to spread a ton of corruption in our territory. So eventually betraying Tretch is going to be a thing. The problem is when we betray Tretch is that we're also probably going to get into a fight with Katep, and by that time Alethanar should start showing up as well. And so that's where things are going to start getting complicated. This campaign is technically deemed hard for this reason. The fact that you're kind of pulled in a bunch of different directions, with never being able to actually pick like one place you want to just push into in conquest. By about turn 80, though, you should have the vast majority of this territory under your control and begin pushing down south. At what point do you gamble for magic? I usually gamble below like 15. And that's if I feel lucky. The gambling doesn't actually really do anything. It just modifies your starting wins, but it doesn't affect your reserves at all. So, do you want to cast a spell right off the bat? If yes, then go ahead and gamble. If you don't, then don't worry. Complicated geopolitical situation in this game? Political? Not really, no. It is a fantasy game, so politics don't really fucking matter at all in here. Anyway, so we do want to conquer a lot of this territory. Eventually, the invasion of Ulthuan does need to happen. And the invasion of Ulthuan should start up somewhere around turn 100. Once that happens, actually invading Ulthuan is kind of a pain in the ass. You're going to be facing down about 7 or so armies of High Elves, and plus gate battles. So having support of Black Arcs, which I guess I never actually did show off on stream what a Black Arc is. But by the time that you get the opportunity to use Black Arcs for support, you're going to need them. Because you're going to need the bombardment and you're going to need the global recruitment that you get from them. It's not technically global, but local recruitment that you get from them. We do want to definitely confederate Crone, for sure. If we can keep Morathi from dying without jeopardizing our position. I've done it before where I've confederated with Morathi, and that's basically let everyone know in this giant surrounding area that I am alive and I exist, and basically got insta-declared on. All for basically keeping a legendary lord. Morathi's neat and all, but she's not neat enough to jeopardize losing the campaign. So, the same with Loki or Felhard. Loki or Felhard can actually survive. You could confederate with him, but chances are good that he probably won't survive either. But this is going to be your home territory that you do not want Dark Elves to be landing on at all. So that is going to be the main direction. As for actual campaign objectives, the main thing is friending whoever is going to be in the old world that actually controls a good chunk of this. My money on the current situation is probably going to be Vampire Counts. they'll probably control a good chunk of this territory of Altdorf, Drakenhof, maybe even Skavenblight sometimes. And then probably Greenskins. Those would be your major allies. You, of course, are going to hate Norska, Empire, High Elves, probably Wood Elves, although you can keep them to be friendly, Bretonia, all that other shit. You can declare war on them, just don't actually go and fight them. The High Elves are going to consume most of your interest, and by the time that you get most of Ulthuan, you should have basically won the game by that point. Late game, Dark Elf armies are going to look something like a front line of Blackguard, something like about 5 to 6 units of them. It'll be like 2 units of Executioners, 2 Hydras, 2 Black Dragons, 3 Black Dragons, somewhere in there. A Mage, a Sorceress of some kind. Probably Shadows would be my guess. But Beasts also works if you really want Beasts. Dark's not bad, but Dark tends to be kind of not very flexible. So Shadows, I think, is generally a better rule to go for. You can also put a Death Hag in the army. Death Hags will increase the replenishment of the army and allow you to stay on the move a lot longer and a lot without as many casualties, which can be nice. And also when she's on the Cauldron, she gets an AoE ward save, which is also really good for your front line. Hellebron is going to need a Sisters of Slaughter front line because she gets upkeep reduction and bonuses to them. So you can use her as a decent second army once you have her. You do not want to go to war with Crone because she's really, really good. Who owns Norska? Norska is always going to own Norska, pretty much. Let's see. What are the things going forward? We are 1 turn away from rework crossbows, as I said, which is actually not too bad by turn 36. Rework crossbows are good at that point. Of course, you're going to need to unlock the rest of these. There are some good technology in here. Dark Elves actually have a pretty decent technology tree in the first place. It's just kind of like bland in its approach. But the actual technology that exists is pretty good. I don't have any real major qualms with the Dark Elf technology. Remember to always be cramming as many slaves as you possibly can into each of them of your like major settlements that are going to have a lot of income in them. Agrief can eventually be one of those main territories. Nagarin is definitely one of them. If you control Lothern for an extended period of time, Lothern's good. Ancient City of Quintex is good. Anywhere that has like a gold mine or just a building that produces an astronomical amount of gold and has at least 3 provinces in it, if not 4. Ports also work as well. Are Wood Elves fun to play? Hell yeah, they are. Wood Elves basically play kind of like a Horde faction without actually being a Horde faction. Pretty cool. I'll be doing Wood Elves probably in another week or so. What else? If you missed any important parts of Dark Elves, by all means, check earlier in the video. This will be up on my YouTube for anyone who's wondering about playing Dark Elves. This should be a fairly common start. It is on Legendary, so I am getting attacked a little bit more frequently than you would be on a lower difficulty if you were trying out Dark Elves for the first time. The main thing is trying to hold on to Hagrief pretty much no matter what. Hagrief makes a shit ton of money, and it's going to be pretty key to its economy. Basically, most of my taxes right now is basically Nagarund and it's in Hagrief. There's a little bit of trade income. Yes, I know, a little bit of trade income. But I've also made sacrifices to be friends with these factions. We are planning on betraying Clan Rictus at some point, possibly Deadwood Sentinels, depends on what happens with them. And then, of course, we're going to confederate Hargonese, so not really going to have trade for super long, so enjoy it while it lasts. Malekith's quest battles are all fairly straightforward, except for, I believe it's Destroyer.
King of Nagaroth.
Destroyer, I'm pretty sure, ends up putting you in an ambush against Lizardmen. Do not fight that battle early. It is a pain in the ass. Fight that one with a tier 4, tier 5 army, a Doomstack army. There are way too many Saurus in very convenient locations that will overwhelm you if you do not have a disciplined front line and some monsters to back up terror and push them away. It is a pretty rough fight. Otherwise, Circlet of Iron is fine to go fight, and so is Supreme Spell Shield. Both of them are decent. I think it's a story. Whichever one is the Lizardman fight, don't fight it. Don't fight the Lizardman fight. That one sucks. What else? I think that's kind of it, actually. That's basically Dark Elves in a nutshell. The rest you can come to experience. Like I said, Black Arcs are going to be a really good unit. Unfortunately, I didn't unlock them in the first 36 turns. Apparently, I can't build the building fast enough. But if given the opportunity to get Black Arcs to support you without putting them in danger, Black Arc's an amazing unit, or rather, an amazing Dark Elf invention that allows you to support your armies very well. And basically allow you to raid the coast forever and take any kind of coastal territory. Black Arcs also boost your economy as well because they add the number of slaves that you capture in post-casualty battle screen or whatever, so that you're getting a ton more slaves that way. I think that's it. Is this on Legendary? Yes, it is. This is Legendary, and it will always be on Legendary unless otherwise noted. But I have not in the 2 years I've been streaming. Once I started on Legendary, I've never played it on anything less. I started on Legendary, I think, probably about 4 months into streaming. So, but yeah, this will always be on Legendary. Any other questions before I pack up? Because I got to get going to bed soon here. I am a shitty American. I'm sorry. It's only 3:50 a.m. right now. Only. Only. What's the rank of all the different lords? I told you. I'll tell you that right after you give me a detailed listing of all the best League of Legends players from best to worst. Once you tell me that, then I'll tell you, okay? I mean all of them. Benches included. No problem, Lockjaw. Tomorrow should be Vampire Coast. They are the newest faction added to Warhammer. And they are a pretty interesting faction. They took a little while for me to get used to and get to understand. But hopefully I can pass on some of my knowledge about Vampire Coast. It took me, I guess, about 2 or 3 playthroughs of Vampire Coast to finally actually understand like what all tips and tricks you could do in order to make them play a lot better and a lot smoother. So I'll go over those tomorrow, as well as any kind of highlights from the Invitational, which is going to happen in, I guess, about another 6 or 7 hours or something like that. I'm not actually sure when they're going to start up, because I'm an American and they have it in British Standard Time. But yeah, hopefully we get some good looks at the units tomorrow, and hopefully we get a look at the new Lizardman Lord. I hope. Not Tiniwan, the free LC. Free LC. Oh. Anyways, boys, thank you guys for watching. Jesus Christ, a lot of support tonight, guys. Thank you. Shadi, thank you for the host. Hebrew Hero, thank you for the 15 months. Singular Oa, thank you for the 9 months. Budget Elm, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you guys all for the follows. I appreciate it a lot. Bunnet, thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate it a lot. This is the YouTube. If you've not followed me here on Twitch, following is for free if you're new to Twitch. So always helps you get back to this. In theory, I will have early access. I haven't got to confirm yet, but in theory, I'll have early access to the DLC. So I will show you guys everything I possibly can, so you can get your first looks here as soon as I get my hands on it. Otherwise, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, guys.